caught in the corner, pump fake, shook the defender, and as he took off, the ref said, sorry, mate, you rolled.
Look, we're watching it in real time. I did not see that. I'd love to see the replay if it was. He's obviously changed his pivot foot, but it looked like it was a good up fake, and he was just about to go upstairs and throw that down for a dunk as well.
Tie game, 65 points each of two, 1:30 to go in the third. The Boomers did lead this by 24. Mitic up top for Serbia. To the left-hand side, 45. Daniels overcommitted. Rainbow three from Jokic doesn't go. O-board for Bogdan. Nikolai has a second go. That rattles out. Rebound for Magne. So Nikolai Jokic puts up 2 threes and they both miss.
I can understand the first one missing. Very rarely a second one misses from a guy like that.
Tie game, Giddy to put the Boomers on top. No good. Reach scraps for the rebound. Can't pull it down. Mitic early advance to Jokic. He's fouled by Giddy. Just hugs him inside the charge circle and prevents Nikolai Jokic from going upstairs with a big yummy. 1 minute to go in the third. Tie game, and Jokic just shoots some foul shots.
And this is where it's hard. Josh Giddey, a step back three over Nikolai Jokic. So what Nikolai does is he just runs down the court, misses the three, not the high power shooter that let's say Paddy Mills is for Josh Giddey, misses it, and now the Jokic goes down to Joker and goes all the way down. 15 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. What a player. Make that 16 points. He's now hit the free throw.
Serbia chasing just their third medal of the game, so they picked up a gold medal in shooting in the mixed 10-metre air pistol. And in the tennis, of course, with Novak Djokovic completing his career set. Of course, the all-time GOAT, isn't he? Novak Djokovic, more Grand Slam titles than anyone else, and now he's got that Olympic gold medal to complete it. Nikola Jokic completes his task on the foul line, so he hits both, and Serbia back ahead by 2. Final minute of the third. And this is right on. Men's quarterfinal. Winner goes on, loser goes home, and now an offensive foul on the Aussies. Gee, the whistle is not going their way. And Giddy, as he tries to fend off the defender and catches the ball on the wing, the ref says, nope, can't do that. Serbia get the ball back, 67-65. It's Serbia by 2.
Geez, just some ordinary calls. We've had that charge call, some reaching calls, the travel, the threes, like just all these little things. Brian Gorshin is, I was going to say tearing his hair out, but he's got none, the poor bloke.
8 lead changes, 5 of them in this third quarter alone after the Boomers lead by 24 at one stage. Here's Petrusev. Handoff. Away to Guduric on the three-point line. Gets rid of Mills, and he's bowled over by Milutinov, and Milutinov's going to be caught for the offensive foul as he sets an illegal pick on Paddy Mills, and Mills did well to sell that as he leaps back after the contact.
Beautiful work by Paddy Mills. With what's just been called the foul, he got hit, but he gave it a little bit more sauce, put a bit of mayo on it.
But you do have to have game awareness, don't you?
Absolutely, and that is great game awareness.
Well, critical of Vramovic earlier as he tried to do a similar thing, but I mean, in this scenario where he, as you said, they've been calling offensive fouls, and if you get that trend and you certainly feel like you get picked off illegally, make sure they see it.
Well, I thought perfect what you said there, summing it up. Game awareness, just understanding the situation.
33 seconds left in the third. Landale has it as they're spread all up and down the court. Landale hands it off towards Giddy. Giddy throws it away again. Loose pass. Milutinov knocks it down, and Guduric comes up with it for Serbia. And virtually, the shot clock is dead here. There's a 1 second differential and almost a half-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock.
That is 6 turnovers for Josh Giddy, and just way too many. 3 this quarter.
Too many for your ball handler as Mitic works inside, kicks it back to Milutinov. Shot goes up, no good. Rebound for the Aussies. Landale grabs it. Time expires, and that'll do us. Shot after the buzzer almost goes from Dante Exum from three-quarter court. What a quarter of basketball for the Serbs. From 24 down in the second, Serbia lead it at three-quarter time. And they got the best player in the world at their disposal, Nikola Jokic. It is Serbia 67, the Boomers 65. More from Brad Rosen and myself, Corbin Middlemass, in just a moment. Three-quarter time in the men's quarterfinal. The Boomers down 2. Ned Hall in the host position.
What a turnaround that's been then in the basketball. Serbia in front. What's the latest then from the diving? Lauren Borden is watching on.
Thanks, Ned. It is dive 5. The divers are finally making their way through. So 5 dives to get on the medal podium for the 10-metre platform women's final. So they're only in the air for about 2 seconds as they dive. 5 of those, so cumulative about 10 seconds that they're actually in the air and performing in order to get themselves on a podium. Unfortunately for Melissa Wu, she won't be making her way into the top 3, the Australian. It was probably her 3rd dive where she scored just 40.6, quite a big under-rotation that cost her there. It means the 5-time Olympian won't be adding to her medal tally. She's got a silver in the synchronised at Beijing and a bronze as well from this same event over in Tokyo, but she won't be on the podium. For that, it's Ali Cole. Still remains a slight hope for Australia. She's probably unlikely to make it onto the podium, onto the medal tally, but she has had an excellent first Olympics. She's been scoring in the mid-60s to high 60s and 72 for that second dive. So Melissa Wu, of 71 divers that have been to the Olympics for Australia, she's the only one to have been there for 5, and you see her watching on Ali Cole, and she seems to take a lot of joy watching this young teenager perform. So I'm sure she'll enjoy when Cole does make her final dive at the Olympics coming up. But I'll throw it back to you, Ned, in the host studio as we watch the final dives of the competition.
Thanks very much, Lauren. Yes, looks like the Chinese dominating again in the diving. Who will dominate in this final period coming up in the basketball? Can Australia get back to their dominance against Serbia? We'll find out very, very shortly with Brad Rosen and Corbin Middlemass.
Thanks very much, Ned. A bit of Freed from Desire pumping out the ultimate pump-up song. And which teams are going to lift here in the final quarter? They got 10 minutes to determine who's moving on and who's going home. Serbia start with possession and a 2-point lead. Petrusev from the short corner. Little runner. It's good for 2. 4-point lead for the Serbs, 69 to 65. The Aussies see the basketball for the first time in the final period. Giddy out to McVeigh. Thought about the look on the 3-point line. Dribbles inside, kicks it back out. Mills and Giddy along with McVeigh, Exum and Landau, the 5 for the Boomers. Giddy goes himself, tries to create his own shot, no good. O'Bourne McVeigh and the left-handed putback for 2.
Forced shot by Josh Giddy, but he had to do it. It was running down on the clock, so he did a shot better than the turnover. And Jack McVeigh, great rebound, just what we needed, down by 2, like you said.
What a role he's played. He felt like a bubble guy coming in, got one of the last spots on the roster. Great set from Serbia as Guduric gets free underneath the bucket. An easy reverse layup, 4-point lead for the Serbs.
Bad defense, bad read by Paddy Mills, lost his player completely.
They're sitting Jokic here too, so he gets a chance to have a rest, start of the last, and I'm sure he'll come home and play the remaining minutes. What a block! Milutinov sends back the Paddy Mills jumper. Guduric to Mitic, lay in with the right hand for 2. Oh no, Serbia by 6, and this is worrying for Coach Gorgon and the Boomers.
Got to get away from hero ball at the moment. The ball's not getting through hands.
It is certainly not moving the way it was in the second quarter. As the Boomers opened up a 24-point advantage, we've seen a 30-point swing in the game, and Mitic is called for a reach-in on Exum. Serbia by 6. The Boomers must win to keep their tournament alive at the Paris Games. Getting a replay on our monitors here of that last set and that easy bucket for Guduric, and Mills was left looking over his right shoulder that he was off from the corner and able to put it in from the dunker spot. Here's McVeigh, shakes his defender on the 3-point line, drives all the way to the bucket. In attack mode, Jack McVeigh, his second make of the final term, and the gap closes to 4.
Well, he's got an opportunity here. They would not know him as well as they know some of the others, so they're obviously dubbing on Paddy, worried about Dante Exum, and then he's been able to get some layups.
Petrusev spin move, runner of his own, doesn't go. Defensive board for Exum. Back downhill, attacking himself. He lays it in for 2 in transition, and Dante Exum in rhythm. It's a 2-point lead for the Serbs, and their coach in Pesek says, hang on, I want to chat. 7:50 to go in the game. Serbia by a basket.
And it's simple, Corbin. It's coming from the defense. That's 2 good stops that they've been able to do. They get down the other end. Dante goes rim to rim, and with his athleticism downhill, he runs like a rabbit and gets the layup. Puts us within 2. You said it before. Worrying times. Down by 6, but they're able to get 2 baskets back. And out of those last 3 baskets, 2 very big ones by Jack McVeigh.
I don't know, it's easier said than done, but just trying to forget about whatever's happened previously in this game. That The game starts again from here. 7:50 to go, down by 2. And as you touched on a couple of times, if you'd said to the Boomers at the start, look, it's going to be one possession in it with 7 and a bit to play, you'd probably go, right, we'll take that.
As long as you didn't add, you'd be up by 24 during the game for it. It's not so much of a worry. But look, look, these players, you've been in these games before, and yes, right now they're not worried. Like, forget that game. We're in the game. We want to be where we're at. It's just got to get away. And I keep going back to that hero ball because I'm using Gorge's words. He said that after the Greece game. We just got to be careful of that hero ball and trying to win it on one possession. It's a team game. Do it by committee. Let the ball go. Let it move around. Then we'll get some nice looks, but a good start here for the quarter.
It's Jack McVeigh's story, one of the best ones on the Boomers team. He's hit both their baskets so far in this final term, but was in tears when Coach Gorgon picked him and said, mate, you're in, you're one of the 12.
What a video that was, wasn't it?
Coming to the Olympics, and through tears basically said, I will not let you down. And
he hasn't.
He hasn't here. Right throughout the tournament, but even the start of this final term, he's got the 2 baskets the Boomers need, and after being 6 down, they're now 2 down. 7:50 to go. Nikola Jokic back on the floor, as is Bogdanovic. He's got it here. 12 left on the red numbers. Bogdan goes with the dribble penetration. Great block, Exum. Forces the turnover. Landau got it out to Giddy. In transition, takes it to the bucket. Passes off late. Landau, tough shot, doesn't go. Landau low board. Trying to put it back. He's fouled. And Milutinov is called for the foul as he whacks the arms of Landau trying to stuff it home, and foul shots coming up for Jock to try and tie the game.
And that is the experience and the strength of Jock. 4 years ago, he missed that layup. He's not getting the offensive rebound. He missed it, but he got the offensive rebound this time, lays it back up. Unfortunately misses, but he goes to the line for 2. Dante Exum checking out. I would not expect him to sit too long. He's been great.
First shot's good from Landau. McVeigh comes back in. So 8 guys with NBA contracts plus McVeigh when that two-way deal you mentioned earlier with Houston. And yet it's McVeigh who's on for some big minutes here with 7:30 to go in the quarterfinal. Landau misses the second. So he went 1 of 2. Serbia lead it by a point. 73-72. Defensive rebound for Jokic. Up the floor to Mitic. Has it in the midcourt trying to get past Mills. And a foul is going to be called. I think it might be on Duop Reith here as he's involved in a tangle underneath the bucket. Mills is looking up thinking, was that on me? Trying to reach in on Mitic as we get a look at the score bench. It's on Jack McVeigh. There you go. Wow. Picked 2 of the 5 guys out there. It was on a 3rd. That probably goes in with a little bit of keeping of how this game's been officiated so far, where fouls caught, everyone stops and thinks, hang on, who's that even on? Serbia with it, up by 1. Jump shot goes up from Bogdan, no good. Last touch by the Boomers. It'll be Serbia ball in their front court. Confident? Not as much as I was about 10 minutes ago. I'm sitting here on edge, and it's so.
You know what? This is what it's about. I love it. This is what when you and I sit here, we love this type of game. This is exactly what we want. But oh my goodness, I just want this 7 minutes to be over, but I want it to last 3 hours.
Inbounds pass to Milutinov. He catches on the elbow, retreats for Serbia. Back out to Guduric. He's off and dribbling underneath the bucket. Has to kick it back out to Mitic. 5 left on the shot clock. Guarded by Mills. Doesn't get a clean look. High-arcing 3 goes. What a shot from Mitic. Hand in the face. Knocks it down anyway. Serbia by 4.
That's just a tough shot. Great defence, just better offence.
Reith to return the favour. Rims out. Scrapping for it underneath the basket. Bogdanovic pulls down the board. Serbia lead by 4 and have possession. 6:40 to go. Mitic thought about it. Passes down low to Jokic. Draws the double team. Bogdan extra pass. Guduric from the corner. No good. Kelly the rebound. Boomers back the other way. Dellavedova up top to Reith. Catches. Draws a foul as Guduric left the court looking to block the shot and ends up landing on Reith. He'll be called for the personal. That shot from Mitic. Another look at it on the big screen here. That Mills couldn't have guarded that any better. Had a hand up in the face, was right there with him, and sometimes good players just make good plays, and that was one of them.
And I looked at that shot, and that was no difference to what Paddy Mills was making in the first half. They're just great offensive players, and that's what they do.
Great make. Mitic coming off the bench for Serbia. He's still out there here guarding Exum. I guess gets the mismatch here. Again, there's a call away from the basketball as Mills hits the hardwood again. It'll go on Guduric. 76-72, Serbia by 4, 6:17 to play.
Yeah, and look, not surprising Dante is back in the game. I think, you know, we are better with him on the court. And he's got him back out there after a couple of minute break.
Serbia have played in only one of the last 4 basketball tournaments at an Olympic Games, and they won a silver medal in that. Beat the Boomers in a semi-final. They lead by 4 here in the quarters. 6 to go. Boomers now chasing the game. Mills dribbles inside, bounce pass Exum, clean look in the corner, off the rim, no good. Knocked out over the sideline. Everybody points in a different direction. Importantly, the ref points Australia's way. It'll be Aussie ball.
Right in front of the Serbian bench. Every Serbian that way except for the referee said, "No, thank you, sir. That's Australia's ball."
I love that all the players do it as if somehow they're going to
they're going to make the
referee.
decision.
Look, by the way, mate, just to help you out, that's the way you need to point. So shot clock resets to 14, 6 left on the game clock. It's all on the line here for both Australia and Serbia. Win or go home. Men's quarterfinal. In it comes to Landau. Hand off to Mills. What can he create? He's going to have to pull up. 3 left. Shakes Milutinov. Puts up the shot from the elbow. No good. Recovers it. O-board Australia. Exum to McVeigh. Yes! It rattles in. Jack McVeigh with a 3 from up top. Serbia's lead cut to 1.
He's been doing it all year for Tasmania, and now he does it in the green and gold. Jack McVeigh knocks down a huge 3, and he's up to 10 points for the game.
Serbia by a point. 5:20 to play. 8 left on the shot clock. Mitic, who hit that big 3 moments ago, dribbles to the elbow, gives it off to Milutinov, back to Mitic, pass back to Milutinov, they run out of time. Shot clock expires. Australia will get possession back. And they lost sight of the shot clock, the Serbs. There was no countdown from the crowd. Maybe a little insight to the Parisians here and the visitors that they all might be wearing green and gold tonight as well. Serbia by 1, 5 minutes to play.
I don't know about you, Corbin, but it feels like there's about 8 seconds to go, but you just said there's 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes to this. Oh, how are we going to do it?
High-octane basketball. From the moment that Serbia hit the front, it has been bucket for bucket. We haven't seen big runs from that point on. Every possession feels like the most important one in the game. Exum trying to kick it out after driving to the rack, throws it away. Jokic with it for Serbia. Out to Mitic. He goes early in the shot clock here. Wrap-around pass trying to connect with Petrusov, and a foul is going to be called underneath the bucket.
Well, this is where the coaches get their money. What subs are you going to come in? Dante Exum now again checking out. Dyson Daniels checking into the game. Who are you going to put on the court? What is the right subs to make? I find that interesting because Dante's been great, although he did just turn the ball over, but I also like Dyson being on the court because he can guard Bogdanovic.
Serbia by 1, Serbia now by 3 as Mitic gets a clean look from the elbow and knocks down his J. So that's good. Serbia 78, Australia 75.
5 big points coming off the bench from him at the moment.
4:30 to go. All on the line. Corbin Middlemass, Brad Rosen, Bercy Arena. Quarter-final in the men's comp. The Boomers and Serbia. Mills runs to the basket, lost the handle over the baseline. No call. Serbia ball, 4:20 to play.
Not the offense we really wanted there. No one touched the ball. It stayed in Paddy's hands the whole game. The whole possession, I should say, and then just turned it over right at the end there. Down by 3, 4:25. Australia now got to get another stop on the defensive end.
Full court press on. Bogdanovic to Dobric, back to Bogdan as he walks it into the front court. Jokic still out there, along with Petrusev and Dobric, Mitic, and Bogdanovic, the one I'm missing. Here's Dobric, catches on the perimeter, 5 left on the shot clock, run out of time, guarded by Giddy, lost the handle. So both teams making handling errors here as the ball spills out of bounds. The Boomers get it back. 4 minutes to go, Serbia by 3.
It's just the pressure of this game. Everyone is feeling it. Every possession is so crucial. You feel when you turn it over, oh no, here they go, and then they turn it over, or we miss a shot and they miss a shot. And the presence and awareness of everyone has to be at an absolute high octane.
Boomers chasing the opportunity to play in a semi-final, and what that means is they will play for a medal if they win this for the 3rd straight Olympics. While for Serbia, they were silver medalists the last time they participated in this comp in 2016, trying to get back there again. Giddy, that's not the shot. Tries to lay it in around Jokic. Misses. Jokic the rebound. And so Giddy out there for a big 4 minutes here down the stretch. And again, the ball doesn't move, doesn't go through any hands.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say, Corbin. Just one person dribbling it up.
Serbia by 3. 6 left on the shot clock. The Serbs with it in the front court. Jokic backs his way in on Landale. 3 on the red numbers, lost it. Jokic lost the handle. The Boomers in transition. Daniels to Giddy, takes it upstairs. Last touch by Serbia, knocked out of his hands over the baseline. So Australia ball, 19 left on the shot clock. 3:30 on the game clock.
Well, that
feels
was
like
great.
we've wiped off a bit of time here, Brad, without any scoring.
Yeah, we have, and that was great defence by Jock Landale there. Just the presence of mind to keep the Joker outside the key, and then he tried to force it in a good turnover. But this is key out-of-bounds play here. We need to get a good look.
3:30 to go. Serbia by 3. Boomers led the game by 24 on a couple of occasions in the second term. We can't worry about that now as Mills runs to the right-hand wing. Bounce pass up top to Landale. Extra pass, McVeigh. Again to the corner. Giddy got it. Giddy ties the game. 78 points apiece. 3 to go.
And it's a simple game, Corbin. Three passes and they hit a wide-open shot. The last 2 possessions, it's dribbling the air out of the ball. Let the ball do the work.
78 points apiece. 3 minutes to play for a spot in the Final Four and a place in the medal games. Here's Bogdanovic. Passes out to the corner. Mitic. Step back 3. Fouled. Giddy is going to be called for it. Trying to whack it out of his hands. He thought it was all ball. Ref disagrees. And the game is tied at 78 points apiece. Josh Giddy called for his 3rd personal. By the way, the only 2 players with 3 fouls are him and Landale, who hasn't given away a foul since early in the 3rd. And foul shots coming up for Mitic. This guy's been good in the second half for Serbia. Hit that big 3 earlier in the quarter.
Never foul a 3-point shooter. The old rule. It's about time we get a couple of little misses here on the free throw line, I'd like to think. That did not even touch the rim. Straight through the net.
He's up to 11 points.
Yeah,
8 of them have come in this last quarter.
Yeah.
So with the game on the line, a 30-year-old contracted by the Charlotte Hornets in the NBA. He's played a big role down the stretch. Second shot for their experienced guard. It's up. It's good. He'll get 3. 1 more to come, and Serbia's lead is 2 at the moment. Mitic. The headband holding back his curly hair and his beard as he looks at the rim. Eyes only for it. Sweet stroke. 3 of 3. Perfect, the foul shots, and as a result, they lead by 3 points. Serbia on top, having trailed by 24 in the second quarter, by 12 at the half. 81 plays 78. Mills with it for the Aussies. 10 left on the shot clock. 2:40 on the game clock. Guarded by Jokic. Mills blows by him to McVeigh in the corner. Rims out. Shot doesn't go. Rebound for Dobrich. Foul called as Dobrich hits the deck.
Well, that's going to be on Landale. That's going to be his 4th. They'll leave him out there. It's only 2:29 to go. You can't worry about it, but I just feel again a little bit of over dribbling there. Paddy Mills was just dribbling. Look, we got a good look with McVeigh. Missed the 3, and that would have been a huge drop if it was, but Landale fighting hard for the offensive rebound, just came down, and that'll be 2 free throws if that's the 5th foul of the quarter, which I think it may be. No, it's not. Thankfully, no, it's not. So they will just get this baseline possession.
81 plays 78. Serbia by 3 and have possession. 2:30 to go. Mitic with it in the midcourt. 15 on the shot clock. Hands it off to Bogdan. A wrap around with Jokic. Gets it back to Bogdanovic. Back to Jokic on the free throw line. Swings it to the corner for Dobrich. Guarded by Landale. Extended free throw line. He backs his way in. Nikola Jokic draws the double team. Turnaround Jade. No good. Swatted away over the baseline. Australia ball. Last touch by Petrusev.
Again, great defence by Landale. Instead of being able to get the ball in the middle and over the rim as the Joker's been doing so much, it was a turnaround fadeaway. Still, he's good enough to make it, but he didn't in that instance.
There is a whole lot of basketball to be played. 2 minutes to go. And this will feel like forever for Aussie Boomers fans. And there's plenty of those around the country. 3 points is the lead for Serbia. Australia with possession. 10 left on the shot clock. Mills out to Giddy. Giddy on the perimeter. Off the dribble. Trying to cross over Petrusev. Step back. Jay. It's good. 2 points for Giddy. And Serbia's lead cut to 1.
Oh, that's against the muscle, that shot. Don't love the offense, but that's just a hell of a play by Josh Giddy. Up to 22 points now for the game.
Serbia back with it. 90 seconds on the game clock. 10 on the red numbers. Jokic hands it off. Mitic pulls up. Left it short. Hadn't looked like missing all quarter. And Mitic leaves his jump shot short. In transition, Giddy, the runner. The go-ahead bucket. It doesn't go. Rebound for Mitic, and Serbia get another chance. We're down to 70 seconds left.
Good shot. That's exactly the shot we want. It was a runner. It's his possession. Good offense, just unfortunately rolled out.
62 seconds to go. 9 left on the shot clock. Serbia with it. They lead by 1. Mitic, handoff away to Bogdan. Step back, jumper. No. Rebound Australia. 51 seconds left. Come on, Boomers. Serbia by a point.
Good offensive set here. Paddy Mills, come on, he's got the ball. It's Paddy time.
Bercy Arena knows this moment. They're awake to it. Mills crosses over Jokic, puts up a runner, no good. Rebound Jokic. Clock stops, 32 seconds to go. Serbia ball. Jokic is fouled. There is 32 seconds left. Serbia by 1. And Mills got the isolation play, ran inside, put up the runner. It didn't go. And Serbia get it. Leading by a point. 32 seconds remain.
Oh, my goodness, what a half of basketball this has been. We've had some great looks. Jock Landale nearly got the offensive rebound there. Paddy Mills had a nice look, and it just could not drop.
Timeout Serbia. Serbia lead by a point. There's 32.3 seconds left. What a game of basketball. The Boomers led by 24 after a 20-0 run either side of quarter time. Serbia hit the front in the third. There was then 5 consecutive lead changes. There's been 8 lead changes in total. And after all that, we got 32 seconds left out of the 40 minutes we were allocated. And after 8 lead changes, Serbia lead it by a single point, and they have possession. The Aussies will, you would think, at least see the basketball one more time.
Will, you're right. And the key here is just to play a good defensive set. They don't want to foul. They want to get that every time. Well, I shouldn't say every time. Majority of the time, Australia have been able to get a good half-court set. Serbia have struggled to get a score. Yes, they've hit some big shots, but what we need is just, we're still some timeouts, get the ball, get downhill and get a good shot. Every time the ball moves from Australia from possession to possession, a hand to hand, we look so much better. This time, you'd have to think that Bogdanovic will get in an on-ball screen with the Joker and try and play off Nikolai because he's that good.
Well, this is what the last Olympic cycle's been all about. A quarter-final, 32 seconds to go. Game on the line. Winner will play for a medal. Loser's got to wait 4 years.
Oh. Dellavedova into the game. Don't mind this at all. Needs the defensive possession. Mills, Dyson Daniels, Josh Giddy and Landale.
They've gone small and agile. So Landale at the pivot, and then the guards are out there. Daniels, Giddy, Daly and Mills. Serbia have the ball. Mitic brings it into Jokic. Back to Mitic. Gets it over halfway. 26 seconds to go. There is an 8-second differential between shot clock and game clock. Serbia by 1. 10 left on the shot clock. Serbia with it through Mitic. Has it up top. Rolls past the screen. Kicks it back to Jokic. Gets the mismatch on Daly. Puts up a tough shot. Passes to Mitic. Mitic is fouled.
Oh, no.
Mitic is fouled by Giddy. Giddy's fouled out. That's a 5th personal for Josh Giddy with 9.8 seconds left. And a huge call. Mitic to the line to shoot 2. Giddy's day is done. And Serbia leading by 1 have 2 foul shots to give themselves a 3-point lead. Gee, the Joker, I thought he would have put that shot up. Instead, he passed to Mitic. And Giddy is going to be called for his 5th personal, trying to stop the alley-oop attempt from Mitic.
Did they call that on Giddy or Landale?
Giddy went berserk. Giddy's got 4. It'll be on Landau. You're right. So it'll be Landau who sits. And Landau gets his 5th foul. That is a worse situation for Australia.
Yes.
They would have rathered the foul. No disrespect to Josh Giddey, but Landau much tougher to replace. So Landau's out of the game. Giddey remains with 4 fouls. This situation remains unchanged. Mitic misses. Oh, boy. He hasn't looked like missing all quarter.
Box out.
And Mitic misses. Serbia lead it by 1.
The last time they had free throws, which was a key like this in the first half, the Joker was able to get the offensive rebound from shooting the free throw. We have to make sure that doesn't happen again.
They're going to dry the basketball. And Nikola Jokic takes the opportunity to dry his hands too. Serbia by 1. They've got 1 foul shot coming up, and there is 9.8 seconds left. Jock Landau fouls out. A huge call down the stretch. Serbia 81, Australia 80. Shot up, it's good. Timeout. Coach Gorgian will chat it over, and the Boomers will get possession with 9.8 seconds left. Serbia lead the game by 2.
Well, the question is now, what do they do? The assistant coaches go in there and they will draw up the offensive play. They've worked on this for hours. They know exactly what they need to run here. Down by 2, they will look for the shot. They'll look for the 2 easy first. If the 3's open, happy to take it. You probably want to go a little bit earlier here, so if it does miss, you get the offensive shot. But obviously the key here is to get the ball through hands. You would assume it looks like McVeigh, Mills, Dante Exum, and then who's going to come on with Jock Landau? Do they go with Duot Reef? Do they go with someone else?
You've sat on the bench next to Coach Gorgian in big-time championship games. What are you drawing up here, Brad Rosen? What do you think they'll do?
I'm going to Paddy Mills. He's done it before. He's done it so many times. He hasn't shot the ball outstanding in the second half, but he is the Boomers. Look what he did 4 years ago in that bronze medal game. He's been good tonight. I am running it. But the key, someone like a McVeigh, because they know Serbia will be talking Paddy Mills is the man. Sometimes that can be the best decoy as well. Kick, let's see who's open. You got Dante. You're probably going to have Giddey on the floor as well, and Jack McVeigh, guys that can all knock down the shot. Interesting to see who they go with as their 5th.
Landau has fouled out. A contentious call moments ago as Australia looked as if they had the stop with Serbia leading by 1. Mitic goes to the line, splits his foul shots. Serbia lead the game by 2. And the Boomers will get possession, having led by 24 in the second quarter. None of that matters now. Whole new game, wipe it all off. The Boomers with 9.8 seconds left. Get
and another
chance.
Timeout called out. So if this is a Gorgian thing, Serbia's called the timeout. Yeah.
Yep.
I've seen Gorge do this a lot of times as well. If he doesn't feel comfortable after the timeout, he will be happy. Let's draw it up again here. Now, it's interesting what Serbia do here, because if the Boomers scored, Serbia could have had a timeout here. So a very interesting ploy of what he's trying to do. Maybe he saw Australia set up and thought we're going to change.
Are you shooting the 3 for the game?
I'm going to OT, but if it's open, absolutely. I'm assuming they're going to run a set that would be a 3, because you're always those last 9-8 seconds you're going to go. But you would look for the opposition or the back cut, because if they're going to go for a handoff or an on-ball on Paddy, then you can get a guy like Dante Exum or Josh Giddey go to the hoop. So be happy to take it to overtime. But nothing wrong with a 3 here, Corbin. Don't get me wrong.
Well, there's no Landau. He's fouled out of the game, so no Landau. And the 2 teams after back-to-back timeouts, 1 called by either side. 9.8 seconds to go. Serbia lead the quarterfinal by 2. And the Boomers need a bucket to push overtime. They need a 3 to win it. Serbia on defense. Ball advances to the front court. Duop Reith is in the game for Landau. He's out there with McVeigh, Exum, Mills, and Giddey's got the inbound duties from the sideline. 9.8 seconds to go. Serbia by 2 in the quarterfinal. Into Reith, hands it off to Mills. Mills on the perimeter, guarded by Jokic. 5 seconds left. Mills puts up the shot. He's got it! Paddy Mills ties the game. He hits a jump shot from the elbow. 82 points apiece. 1.4 seconds left. No timeout for Serbia. Paddy Mills The inbounds pass. Bogdan for the win. Misses. We're going to need a bit more time.
Now I'm worried that Landale's out.
This one's going to overtime. After 40 minutes, Serbia and the Boomers cannot be split.
Paddy Mills, take a bow. We win the fourth quarter, 17-15, 82 all. Paddy Mills, 26 points, but no bigger points than the one he scored to take it to overtime.
His star gets even bigger. Paddy Mills, Boomers Paddy. What a version of himself he is, guarded by the best player on earth, shoots over the 7-footer Jokic, and it rattles in. The fadeaway jumper from the free throw line. And Bercy Arena explodes.
Well, that is where I now question, why did Serbia have that other timeout? And I just don't get it. And what's interesting here, we're watching the replay now. As Paddy Mills hits it, the assistant coaches call for a timeout. They're very lucky that they didn't get called for a technical foul there, because if you call for a timeout when you don't get one, you're not supposed to have it. But I could see Matty Nilsson, an ex-teammate of mine, and now Brian Gorshin's assistant coach, yelling at the referee, and I think that's what he was trying to point out. But we're into overtime here. No Jock Landale, so they will play probably Duop Reef. I like the 5 that they had on the court. Now the key is to take that momentum, and we start again for 5 minutes.
What a game of basketball. One, the Boomers led by 24 points in the second quarter, and yet as the clock was running down to end regulation, they needed a bucket. They put the ball in Paddy Mills' hands, and as he so often has done in his 5th Olympic Games, he delivers.
Every 4 years, this guy's amazing.
That's what Paddy does. 82-82. Put some time back on the clock.
Look at the crowd. 20-odd thousand people are going nuts. Obviously, they're now in the capital in Paris. Great rims, great place, and everyone's loving it.
Overtime required. Jock Landale fouled out controversially. Brian Gorshin is whooping at his team from the sideline. The Boomers will start with the ball. We got 5 more minutes to decide a winner. Who's going through to the semi-final and the chance to play for a medal, and who's going home? Corbin Middlemass and Brad Rosen. You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of Paris 2024 in association with 9. Mills shoots a 3 off the board, doesn't go. First shot of the overtime period. Rebound for Petrusev. Serbia back the other way. Mitic, who had 3 foul shots, he only hit 1 of them. And as a result, they're still playing ball. He's got it in his hands. 10 seconds left on the shot clock to Bogdan. To Jokic. Hands it back to Bogdanovic. Kicks it back out. Jokic on the perimeter. Works his way in. Extra pass. Catch and shoot. Dobrich. Got it. As the shot clock expires, buries the 3 from the right-hand wing.
That hurts, and this is where we miss Jock Landale. And another turnover by Paddy Mills. And now Serbia down to the races.
Dobrich puts the shot up. No good. Reith bangs body. It was with Petrusev. Last touch Serbia out of bounds. It'll be the Boomers' ball. The Boomers haven't led, by the way, since late in the third. So that whole last quarter, despite the fact it was edge of your seat stuff and fingernails chewed off, it was Serbia who led throughout. And in the end, the Boomers tying the game was as close as they got. They're down by 3 here early in the last as Dobrich hits that wide-open 3. No Jock Landale. Fouled out late in regulation. A contentious call, which sent Serbia to the foul line. Paddy Mills hits the game-tying Jade. Now McVeigh to answer straight back. He fills it up from 3-point land. And the game is level once more. 85 apiece.
13 points for Jack McVeigh, and that's what he's out there for. I like this team that's on the court. Probably our best team right now with no Jock Landale out in fouls.
Mitic crosses over Exum, drives to the bucket, leaves his layup short. Rebound to Giddy.
Here's where we take the lead. Come on, Corbin.
3:30 to go. Giddy on the perimeter. Walks around the screen set by Reith. Guarded by Jokic. Bounce pass down low. Reith's got a mismatch here on Mitic. Backs his way in. Reith lays it in with the right hand. Boomers are in front for the first time since the third term. They lead it by 2. 3:10 to play.
Good offense by Josh Giddey. Did realise that he had a mismatch on him. Rolled it down, and the NBA Portland Trailblazer gets the 2.
Bogdan answers back with a runner. That's good. 87 points apiece. That was lead change number 9. Game level again. 87 points apiece, 3 minutes to play in overtime. Mills trying to cross over Petrusev, does well to get a hand in there, knocks it out of play. Australia ball in the front court, 14 left on the shot clock, 2:54 on the game clock. This has been everything we hoped it would be.
Oh, and some. And some.
Quarter-final action. Winner goes through to a semi to most likely play the United States and ultimately play for a medal at some stage. Giddy gets a cushion, shoots the three and knocks it down. Giddy connects from three-point land.
Well, he's up to 25 points and shooting 3 of 5 from the three-point line. Now they need some stops. Come on, Boomers, get down in the defensive stance.
Boomers lead by 3, 2:30 to play. Mitic for Serbia in the midcourt. Gets around Mills, offensive foul.
Great defense by Paddy Mills. Didn't let him come over the screen, and as he tried to force him, he hooked him, Mitic, and that's an offensive foul as we watch the replay of Josh Giddey, but great defensive stance there by Paddy Mills and the Australian Boomers.
With 2 seconds to go in regulation, the Boomers trailed the game by 2. Mills hit a step-back J from the free throw line over Nikola Jokic to tie the game, sends it to overtime, and without Jock Landale, the Boomers lead by 3 with 2:25 to play and have the ball.
Important here, let's not dribble the air out of the ball. Get it through hands. Doesn't matter who shoots it, everyone here is a scorer.
Giddy, left-hand side wing. He's dribbling at the moment. He's going to go himself. Takes responsibility. No thanks, says Nikola Jokic. Get that shot out of here as he blocks the shot. And Serbia off to the races. And Petrusev is fouled as he's trying to take it up to the basket. And as a result, he'll go to the line to shoot 2. But Josh Giddey wanted to do it himself, not to be.
Jack McVeigh's 3rd foul. Look, nice move by Josh Giddey, but Joker just knew exactly what he was going to do, and I just feel it was, again, dribbling the air out of the ball, let the thing go through hands, get it back, and then go downhill, and now it's 2 free throws.
It's Coach D'Antoni's favourite line, let the ball find energy.
Absolutely. Ball can move faster than any player on the court.
Shot's good from Petrusev. Knocks that down. 81% shooter from the field throughout the tournament. Filip Petrusev, 24-year-old. Had 7 points to the end of regulation. He's at the foul line, hits both his shots. Needs a bit of help off the rim for the second. Australia by 1. 2 minutes to play. Boomers by a point. 2 minutes to go in OT number 1. Exum hands it off to Mills. 2 minutes to play. 12 left on the shot clock. Guarded by Jokic. Trying to cross him over. Mills gets to the rack. Lays it up. Knocked away by Jokic. No goaltending call. That was all okay.
Great play.
Whacks it away off the rim.
Great offense. Just great defense by Nikola Jokic to be able to knock that off the rim. It was going in.
Basket-saving move from Nikola Jokic. Serbia down 1 but have the ball. 1:30 to go. Bogdan to Jokic. Lost the handle. Reith forces the turnover. Mills in the front court and Jokic picks Mills' pocket. Serbia back the other way in transition. Bogdan away towards Dobric on the perimeter and Bogdanovic swings it around again. To Avramovic, now left-hand side 45. Petrusev with it, 10 left on the red numbers, dribbles inside, bounce pass to Dobric, bounce pass back to Jokic, jump off, good for 2. Serbia lead. Lead change number 10, Serbia by a point. Australia led by 3 earlier, back-to-back baskets for the Serbs. And with a minute to go, again, it's Australia chasing the game. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Rolls around the pick from Reith. Swings it to McVeigh. Baseline J. No good. Jokic the rebound for Serbia. And they'll just peel some seconds off the clock here, the Serbs.
Not one substitution's been made this overtime, and not surprised as well. We need this stop here.
8 left on the red numbers, 31 on the game clock. Time ticking away, Serbia by 1. Jokic backs his way in, turnaround jumper, he's got it! Great players make great plays, and Nikola Jokic is just that.
Wow.
Serbia by 3.
What a great couple of plays from Jokic. Paddy Mills' layup was going in, and that would have put the Boomers up by 3. He knocks it out. He then takes a nice little jump shot to put them up by 1, and now a turnaround fadeaway puts them up by 3. Nikola Jokic showing why he is the NBA phenomenon and 3-time NBA MVP.
The best player on planet Earth, and in the ultimate sporting gathering of the best athletes on planet Earth. He does this game better than anyone.
That is off a turnaround fadeaway off the right foot for a right-handed shooter. It just makes it look so easy, but it's so difficult.
Just a recap of the scenario. The Boomers led by 24 in the second. They were down by 2 with 2 seconds to go. Paddy Mills hit a jump shot from the free throw line over Nikola Jokic to tie the game, push it to overtime. Jock Landale fouled out, so he's watching on like the rest of us. And in the overtime period, Giddy hit a 3. The Boomers led by that basket. And then the last 6 points of the game have all been scored by Serbia. And now the clock stops with 25 seconds to go. So a 1 second differential between the shot clock and the game clock to end overtime. And Serbia lead by 3, but the Boomers have possession.
Wow, he is just a phenomenon. 21 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals. Unbelievable, Nikola Jokic.
And for a guy that didn't have a point in the first 6 minutes of the game, you promised us, Brad, that he would make his presence known at some stage and how impactful he's been.
Can I also mention you said that he hadn't scored a point since then, and that really didn't help us, Corbin.
Giddy with the inbounds at the end of overtime, trying to get it to Mills. He turns it over. Stolen by Petrusev, throws it back to Jokic. They got to foul the Boomers. The shot clock's dead. There's 16 seconds to go in overtime. Trying to force a turnover. 3-point lead for Serbia, and McVeigh has to foul. He locks up Bogdanovic, and the Aussies couldn't inbounds the ball. Oh, boy. Clock stops.
Turnover 27 for Josh Giddy, and that turnover, throwing the ball in, is probably the biggest one of the tournament right now. Trying to get it in to Paddy Mills. Unfortunately, he couldn't, and the turnover now. And they shoot 2 free throws, 13.6 seconds to go. That makes it a 4-point game at the moment.
That hurts. Shot goes in from Bogdanovic. Bogdanovic, one of the best shooters that the world has seen. At the line, both shots are good, and it's a 5-point game. No more timeouts for the Boomers. 13 seconds to go. They need a quick 3, or at least a basket. Giddy drives to the rack. It's no good. Giddy lands awkwardly on his ankle. Rebound Serbia. They'll take the last seconds off the clock. Serbia are moving on, and for the Boomers, their campaign ends. It's their earliest exit from an Olympic game since London in 2012. And after leading by 24 in the second, they pushed the game to OT. But ultimately, class tells overtime that in possession of the best player on planet Earth, Serbia finish over the top. It's the Serbs 95, Australia 90. The Aussie Boomers campaign is over.
You couldn't have wrapped that better, Corbin. The best player made the best plays at the right times and won them the game. Josh Giddy, he did roll his ankle there at the end, so he looks a little bit sore, so hopefully nothing major for him, but you got to pay it to Serbia. 31-17, they were down in the first quarter. Then they were down in the second, and like you said, by 24. But in the third quarter, 25-11. Then they lost the fourth by 17-15, but in the overtime, they showed their class. 13-8, 95-90. Australia can hold their head up, but they will rue some of the things they had, and the bottom line is 20 turnovers for the game. We've said it every game, Corbin, that they've played. The turnovers have been a killer, and they'll look back at this, and that's what cost them a chance to play for a medal.
Guys like Dellavedova and Ingles and Mills, household names across the country. You don't have to be a hardcore basketball person to know about these guys, and 5 Olympics for Mills and for Ingles, and Delhi at his 4th, and in all likelihood it's going to be the last for each of them. And 4 years away from LA. They've got a whole lot of young talent, the Australian Boomers. They'll certainly be back in this moment of a competition again, but it's a long 4 years to wait. The campaign is done. 95-90, and Nikola Jokic will get another meeting with Team USA. The United States, the supreme team that they are, they beat Serbia in the pool stage comfortably, 110-84. They'll do it again, you'd think, in a semi-final. Of course, the USA, all they got to do is take care of business against Brazil. They're a heavy favourite there. Later today, Paris time. But for the Boomers, Well, left to sum up the campaign, it started with a win against Spain, lost by 10 against Canada, played okay there in a star-studded Canadian team, and the Greece game was really a tale of two halves. They fell behind big, worked their way back, ultimately were able to shave enough points off the spread to put themselves in this position in a winnable quarter-final. They led by 24 in the second. Serbia came back into the game, and they weren't done there, the Boomers. Then we saw the characteristics that we've come to know from this Boomers team. A bit of heart. They were able to scrap their way back in it. Multiple lead changes in the third. Played from behind all of the last, and Paddy Mills ultimately hits a game-time bucket to force overtime. And without Jock Landale in OT, they were leading by 3 before conceding what was the last 8 points of the game. So that all went Serbia's way.
That's a good point you make, Corbin, because at 2 minutes 41, I remember in overtime, Australia scored their 90th point. They did not score another point for 2 minutes 40 of overtime. And a lot of those were turnovers.
We take a deep breath from Percy Arena. The final box score numbers, so Serbia 95, Australia 90. They win in overtime. They needed the extra 5 minutes to do it, and they got it done. 46% they went out from the field. The Aussies shot 1 in 2 from the field. The three-point line, and both teams made 9 threes. The foul shots dead even at 78%. The rebounding count exactly even. Defensive rebounds, offensive rebounds +5 in favour of Serbia in a game decided deep in OT. And the turnovers, which was light on early, they only had 2 turnovers in the opening quarter. They ended up with 20. Yeah. So after the first 10 minutes, they almost played the perfect game. It unravelled, as it has done throughout the tournament from the guard spot. 21 points for Nikola Jokic to go along with 14 rebounds and 8 assists. He had 4 steals too, showing exactly who he is. He's as advertised. Nikola Jokic leads Serbia into the Final Four. Meanwhile, 17 points for Bogdan Bogdanovic. Didn't feel like the usual sort of night from him, and yet still bobs up to be their second leading scorer. Mills had 26. If that's his last Olympic performance, it's one we won't soon forget. What a display from Paddy Mills. He caught fire either side of quarter time and then hit the game time bucket at the end of regulation. 25 for Giddy. Had 7 turnovers though, which is going to be the area of his game he needs to clean up. 13 for McVeigh, the feel-good story off the bench, and 12 for Exum. How do you sum up the campaign overall? The 4 games, it'll show 3 losses, and yet it feels like it doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, look, I sit here and think, you look at where the Boomers are, and really they were 1 or 2 shots away from a semi-final berth playing for a medal, yet we go 1 or 3 for the tournament, like you just said. Look, I think overall there's a lot of positives to take out of it, but I think they'll rue the turnovers and the way they've played. I don't want to go into, is it a different personnel makes a difference? I don't know. The turnovers that came were majority from our backcourt, and that's something we will just have to get better at. But look, I think right now would be the time that we say to potentially one of our greatest basketball in the Olympics is Paddy Mills. The GOAT of Australian basketball is Andrew Gaze, of course. But when you talk Olympics, look, he's right up there with what he did to, bring us a bronze medal 4 years ago, 3 years ago in Tokyo. But I credit to Paddy Mills the way he played tonight, and I thought he was outstanding. I thought Dellavedova showed what he needs to do, and all in all, I think a decent campaign, but they will rue some of the turnovers that they made. Also want a shout out to the debutantes. I thought Jack McVeigh was amazing. What a great story it's been for him. Everyone else, look, Jack McVeigh was great. Jock Landale was probably my favourite player for the whole tournament. I think he was great. But, Will Magnay, all of these young kids, they did their job and they did us proud. And to the Boomers, unfortunately, it start again. But for Serbia, I think the top 4 teams will go through now, Corbin, and you probably look at that. The top 4 teams in the tournament were probably Serbia, will be Canada, will be the US, and obviously Germany. And I really, if your push comes to shove, that's probably the top 4 teams.
Well, we'll see you again, Brad, for the gold medal match. Just as much as we talk about that generation that finishes, as is life, isn't it? Guys get older and fall off one end. You look at the other end of things. The next Olympics, Dyson Daniels will be back, Josh Giddey will be back, Jock Landale will be back with hopefully another 4 years of NBA experience. Dante Exum, if he can stay healthy, will still only be in in his early 30s. Josh Green will be another 3 years older, so it was a horror campaign for him. And yet, at only 23, he's got a lot of road in front of him. Jack McVeigh hopefully can hold on to an NBA contract.
Fantastic young kids coming through as well.
Yeah.
So we are in a blessed stage right now. But yeah, a huge shout out to what Paddy Mills has been able to do over 5 Olympics with his running mate. You can put Bogut in there, but his running mate and Joey Ingles, who didn't get on this tournament really, but what warriors they've been for the Boomers.
5 Olympic appearances for Paddy Mills, and he was a more improved version of himself, wasn't he?
Yeah.
When it came to Olympic basketball, it was amazing what he's done over the years and helped deliver the Boomers their first ever medal at the Tokyo Games. The campaign, though, is over in overtime. 95-90, Serbia win it on the back of Nikola Jokic, the best player on planet Earth, and Jokic finishes with what did he end up with in the end?
21.
Yeah, 20. There we go. 21 and 14. So he scored 4 of their 8 points down the stretch when they needed him.
And that tip off from Paddy as well. Just fabulous player.
I'll see you for the gold medal match.
You will, and it won't be because Australia's in it, unfortunately, Corbin.
No.
But a pleasure calling with you, mate.
We'll come back and crown a winner there. We're very lucky to have the insights of Brad Rosen right throughout our Olympic basketball campaign. It's all over. So, final score, Serbia 95, Australia 90. The Serbs win it in overtime. The Boomers are going home. Ned Hall, back in the host studio.
Well, disappointment then for the Boomers going out at the quarter-final stage. Quarter-final coming up for the Opals tomorrow, also against Serbia, and quarter-final action coming up in the water polo a little later on this morning for the Aussie Stingers. They take on Greece, and the men's team, the Sharks, they play the USA tomorrow. I'll give you a bit of an updated line from that match against the USA very shortly as well. But the diving has finished. The high diving with Melissa Wu and Ellie Cole, the 10-metre platform final, and it was watched by Lauren Borden.
Thanks, Ned. Well, unfortunately, there's no medals in the diving for the Australians. To lift everyone's spirits a little bit, Melissa Wu finished in 11th position with a score of 278.30. So that was below her semi-final score and well below what she had to win bronze in 2021. The upside will be Ali Cole. She finished in 7th position with this final score of 333.30. So that was an improvement on her semi-final, which was also an improvement on what she scored in the preliminary. So through every 5 dives, she's continued to improve. So given she's only 17, she finishes these Olympics, she goes back home to Sydney and goes back to school. She loves her sciences and maths and wants to be an engineer. So she'll go back, and I'm sure she'll be applauded by all of her schoolmates when she finally gets back to school after a little trip to Paris to compete in the Olympics. But it was a 1-2 to China in the diving. Quan Chang, she needed 76.7 for gold in the final jump of the day to defeat her countrywoman Shen Yuxi. She was able to get 81.6. So an exemplary dive from Quan Hon Chang for her to win gold. She's now 3-time gold medalist at just the age of 17 after winning her first gold medalist at the age of 14 in 2021 in Tokyo. So an outstanding performance from her. Her compatriot Shen Yuxi, she came in silver. The pair have a gold medal from the synchronized diving a couple of days ago, and in third it was Kim Bi-rae of North Korea in the 10-metre platform final, Ned. So unfortunately no medals in this one, but we really enjoy watching Melissa Wu in her 5th Olympics. She's 32. Who knows if she goes again? And Ali Cole, a real upside, and one that we'll be watching as we head and look a little bit towards LA, Ned.
Thanks very much, Lauren. I'm not sure we'll see Melissa Wu go round again. She was talking about the number of stress fractures that she's had on her body and the number of years she's been throwing herself into the water from 10 metres high above it. Terrific Olympian. She has been an absolute credit to the sport of diving, and a real mentor figure as well to the young divers, the next generation that's coming through behind her. Well, a real mentor and an inspiration to the rest of the Boomers team was Paddy Mills. What a performance from him in defeat against Serbia. After the match, he stopped for a chat with Channel 9.
Paddy, mate, I'm so sorry. Talk me through what's going through your head.
The Olympic Games. This is where it brings the best out of people, teams, countries. This is why you play for these moments. We threw everything at them, and it just wasn't our day. My full credit to Serbia. They're one hell of a team. Great individuals on there, great competitives, their toughness. They played a hell of a game, and they grinded it out and got over the hump in the end. But our guys, man, we've had a blast. This journey's been fun. We've stuck together. We've stayed connected as a group. We talk about stacking days and getting better as a group to move forward. But this is the Olympic Games. This is the moments you want to be in, and it was fun.
You left everything out on that court. I know that Australia knows that too. This could be your last Olympics. I guess have you got a message for the Boomers fans that have watched you every step of the way?
Yeah, just the support that's been there through the thick and thin, ups and downs. It's been a long ride. Learned a lot about ourselves. Learned a lot about myself and what it means to be an Australian competing for your country. And there's nothing that I enjoy more than that. I love it.
You're an epic leader, Paddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's a clearly very disappointed Paddy Mills after the Boomers went down 95-90 to Serbia, bowing out of the Olympic men's basketball competition at the quarter-final stage. Plenty more still to come through the course of this evening. We'll also check in on what the chances are of picking up another medal in the sailing today. Matt Wern will get a medal. We'll just find out what colour it will be and whether or not that will happen today. We'll find out about that very shortly. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
With ABC News. US Vice President Kamala Harris is reported to have chosen Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate for November's election. North America correspondent Barbara Miller reports.
The selection of the 60-year-old Minnesotan comes after days of intense speculation. Tim Walz is a former school teacher who served in the US Congress before being elected governor in 2018. He's also served in the Army, National Guard and coached football. His description of the Republican opposition as weird has taken off, and he's seen as a plain-talking Midwesterner who can appeal to rural voters. Ms. Harris kicks off a 5-day swing state tour with her new running mate at a rally later in Pennsylvania. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Philadelphia.
Palestinian officials say at least 8 people have been killed by Israeli fire in Tabas and Jenin in the occupied West Bank as tensions escalate in the Middle East. The BBC's Yolanda Nell reports.
Locals say that a boy of 14 was among those killed after an overnight raid by Israeli forces resulted in violent confrontations. Meanwhile, in Jenin, a regular flashpoint, an Israeli warplane attacked what the Israeli military described as terrorist cells. A column of Israeli armoured personnel carriers was filmed entering the city while armoured bulldozers dug up roads. Tensions remain very high across the West Bank.
The governor of the Reserve Bank is warning there won't be any cuts to interest rates within the next 6 months. Michelle Bullock says the board of the RBA did consider increasing interest rates at its meeting this week before deciding to leave them on hold at 4.35%. She says the board is determined to keep their cash rate high for long enough to bring inflation back within the target range.
The judgment of the board was that keeping the interest rate where it is and making sure that people understand that a rate cut is not on the agenda in the near term, given what we know, that continued pressure will help to keep demand coming back into line with supply.
A traditional owner in WA's far north Kimberley region says Border Protection officers have intercepted 5 boats in the past 24 hours. Adrian Lane says he spotted a vessel which appeared to be an illegal fishing boat nestled in mangroves at Curry Bay, 370 kilometres northeast of Broome. He says authorities have arrived and he helped them locate an additional 4 boats. Mr Lane says authorities need to work more closely with traditional owners to patrol the Kimberley coastline.
We need to have a coordinated discussion amongst all relevant parties to come up with some ideas and solutions on all levels, if you know what I mean. Because we've got all these people that we know that have an interest in this along this borderline, and we keep getting told it's a vast coastline.
The WA Premier has linked new life laws being introduced by his government to raising of Australia's official terrorism alert level. ASIO Director General Mike Burgess announced this week the level had been increased from possible to probable because of rising mix of ideology that permit violence. The new laws will allow police to use handheld and walk-through metal detectors to carry out checks in designated areas and increase the penalty for unlawfully carrying a knife. Roger Cook has told the WA Parliament the law is designed to keep people safe.
A weapon in the wrong hand hands at the wrong time is a recipe for disaster. Combined with heightened alert around violent extremism from individual lone wolf actors, now is the time for this law.
The Victorian government says it has no plans to alter its working from home directives for public servants despite a shift in policy north of the border. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns has announced his bureaucrats would now need to work principally from an approved workplace, citing studies that reflected a decline in productivity from employees who worked from home. Victorian Cabinet Minister Natalie Hutchins says government staff are still welcome to work 2 days a week from home.
It's always open for review. That's always a possibility down the track, but right now this is certainly working for us. This is a positive thing for maintaining women with families and with care responsibilities in our public sector across the board.
To the Olympics now, Australia's Olympic team doctor says 31 athletes and 13 officials have tested positive for either gastro or respiratory illnesses in Paris. Dr. Caroline Broddick says some illnesses were detected on arrival at the Games, others during training or competition, and some after competition. Of the 31 athletes, 16 had COVID. You're up to date with the latest in ABC News. I'm Tim Wharton.
People, medals and cheese lob into Paris for the 2024 Olympic Games. Join your guides to a fortnight of precious metals, wonderful wine, fabulous food and outstanding cheese. Rampaging Roy Slavin and H.G. Nelson. People, medals and cheese. Taking over the Conversation Hour on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
Paris 2024
on ABC Radio.
Sport doesn't get any better than this. There's great sport played and contested everywhere. It thrills us, but there's nothing quite like this.
You stand in that moment, the feeling you glow from, the high you go strive for. Arrive and show some, you only gon' want more. Nothing can stop that. The path that you walk on, the road is a nightmare.
The waiting's over. We'll beat a place in the blocks. Men's 100-metre final. About to go. Away. Lyle's not good. Thompson got a good start for Seville. Lyle starts to pick up. Benaric's there with Curley. Thompson coming through. Thompson, I know they all so close. Lyle's, I reckon, and Thompson. It's so close here. It's almost a dead heat. It is so hard to pick. Thompson looked the winner everywhere. And Lyle's has come from nowhere. It's a centimetre, 100th of a second. They wait their destiny, the two of them. One of them's going to be the Olympic champion, and he's done it. Noah's done it from nowhere. He's come from the clouds. He is the supreme beast, the supreme competitor. He's what he promised us he would be.
When you stand in that moment, the feeling you glow from, the high you go strive for. Arrive and show some.
My coach said, come out here, control this crowd, and anytime that I control the crowd, I know that it's my race to lose.
It's legacy feel. I can hold it in my hand because it's real.
It's the closest Olympic final imaginable.
When we crossed the line, I went up to him and I swallowed my brow. I was like, hey, man, I think you got that one. But then my name came out, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm amazing.
There's 2/1000ths of a second that separates glory and the feeling of what might have been.
When you stand in that moment, the feeling you glow from, the high you go strive for. Your legacy feel.
How privileged we've been. The first one I called was Carl Lewis, who won by a country mile, and lucky enough to see all the greats. Bailey break a world record, Bolt win his 3, and there's only one Bolt. But I have never seen a better race. I've never seen a better contest in any 100-metre Olympic final in my broadcasting lifetime.
Paris 2024
on ABC Radio.
Wasn't a bad call either from Bruce McAvaney in the men's 100-metre final. Certainly one of the standout performances so far in Stade de France. Big night coming up there again. A bit of Australian involvement. There's Reece Holding going in the men's 400-metre semi-finals. Alana Jukic in the women's 400 metres hurdles semi-finals. Not Australian involvement in the medal event is the women's hammer, men's long jump, women's 3,000-metre steeplechase. There's also the women's women's 200-metre final with many of the big names we saw contest the 100 metres, including the 100-metre champion Julianne Alfred of St. Lucia. She goes. A couple of Americans, Gabrielle Thomas and Brittany Brown. A couple of Brits in Daryl Nita and Dina Asher-Smith also going in there. That will be a terrific race as well. One of the other standout events to look forward to tonight is the men's 1500 metres final. So going in that race tonight, Jakob Ingebrigtsen, the Norwegian athlete, supremely confident. There's almost some genuine animosity between him and the British athlete Josh Kerr as well. They've clashed on a number of occasions across the middle distance events. You've got Timothy Chariot of Kenya in there too, another Norwegian in Nordas. It's going to be a terrific race tonight. Those middle distance races are fantastic, and you've got some real headline acts taking part in that at the moment as well. Now, elsewhere, coming up later on tonight, the Aussie Stingers are in action in the quarter-final of the water polo. They take on Greece there. Tomorrow, the men are in the pool, the Aussie Sharks. They're taking on the USA. Now, I did notice a former USA Olympian and now a TV pundit on NBC over there, Tony Azevedo, five-time Olympian, Hall of Famer in the US, basically saying that playing against Australia is the ideal path to the gold medal game for them, and that their win against Croatia set up the best matchup that Team USA has had in 20 or 30 years. It's a team they can beat. They've beaten numerous times, and this should be a win to get us back in the Final Four. So they're virtually chalking it up already. He also said, Azevedo, in every way this is great. Australia is considered one of the weaker teams, and it's ideal to get to the gold medal game. Sounding fairly overconfident, the American side, before they take on the Sharks tomorrow. The Sharks did lose their last match against Japan, but they've knocked off some big names to get through to the quarter-final stage. So already they've got some big wins under their belt, and I think they'll be better than they were against Japan. That'll come tomorrow. It'll get underway around 3 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and the water polo tonight is also around 3 a.m. Busy night in the track cycling coming up as well. There's the women's team pursuit qualifying. The first round of the men's team sprint is also up there. There'll be a medal up for grabs too in the men's team sprint. We'll get an update on that from Brad McGee and Corbin Middlemass later on to give you all the detail in there. But we can also find out a bit more, I think, from the sailing now as well. Matt Wern is in pole position to win the gold medal. Just needs some wind. Let's find out if he's managed to get any from Ben Cameron.
Yes, thank you, Ned. I'm also with Nev Whitty, our Olympic sailor. And before I bring you in, Nev, this nervous wait for Matt Wern to try and clinch back-to-back Olympic golds in the men's dinghy race will continue. He'll have to wait overnight because the race has been abandoned for the day, so we'll come back tomorrow and try again. He did speak to host broadcaster Channel 9 a short time ago. Let's have a listen.
He weren't to find out what
conditions just weren't there today. Very frustrating. How did you see it?
It is what it is. Obviously that's the sport, and you need wind to sail, and just wasn't quite enough. The girls tried to go out and get something done, but they decided it just wasn't enough. And waiting around on the beach isn't fantastic, but it's just what you got to do, and have another crack tomorrow.
How do you get through that? Well, what are you saying to yourself? How do you keep yourself ready?
I think in a sport you've got to be pretty good at switching on and off, and it's no different on the longer term as well. That there was obviously a possibility that we could be racing tomorrow or even the next day, so it's just a matter of sort of switching off now and switching back on again tomorrow and going out and just trying to do it again.
It's amazing you're here after what you've been through with your long COVID and those mental and physical battles as well, but here you are. I mean, how have you done it?
I think obviously got a good team behind me. The Australian sailing team's been super supportive through it all, and we've sort of just built from the ground back up, and obviously we are where we are now, and it's all behind us, and can just be focused on sailing again, which is obviously a nice place to be, and it just brings back the enjoyment in the sport, really.
Like being a kid again, isn't it? Getting out there, enjoying the elements.
Yeah, exactly. It's what I loved about sailing in the beginning, and finding that love for it again has been really nice, and yeah, it's obviously helped the results as well along the way, I think. So yeah, just really enjoying the aspect of sailing and the sport that it is, and although days like today are frustrating, all in all it's pretty good fun.
Yeah, frustrating, but as you say, that's the sport. So how will you spend tonight? Another night?
Yeah, no too dissimilar to the last sort of 5 or 6 nights. That yeah, we just look to recover and get ready for tomorrow and cool down again, and yeah, I guess mentally switch back on in the morning and get ready for another fight tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. Cheers, mate.
Enough wind on the Marseille Marina. Matt Wern very frustrated. Actually, he wasn't very frustrated. It was a frustrating day all round. He was pretty calm about the whole thing, wasn't he, Nev Whitty? You've been through it. He handled it well.
Yeah, Ben, look, he's just got it like you have to do. You can only control the controllables. So it's out of your control. Let it go. Relax. Do your best for yourself. And when the time comes to dial back in again, he's got to be there. He will spend another night tonight like he did last night. He'll go over everything again with his coach, Rafa. As he said, he's got a great team, and he'll just make sure that he's perfectly rested, he'll perfectly hydrated, perfectly fed, and he'll again go over the track. He'll go over the predicted weather. He'll tick every single box that he can. He will minimise any chance for a loss.
So we've heard about the fact that we didn't have enough wind today. You have all kinds of instruments that will tell you the wind that we are experiencing in Marseille at the moment. What's the likelihood we go racing tomorrow?
Well, I still like to think with the forecast it's strong. There seemed to be enough breeze, but for some reason it petered out. I don't know why. It was contrary to the forecast. If it doesn't happen again tomorrow, it's a very robust forecast for the following day. But, you know, as I said, control the controllables, and the rest of it you just got to, you know, chill out. The people that get niggly and start getting irritated and overthinking, they're the ones who are going to start, you know, hurting themselves.
So we are told that we have 2 reserve days, so tomorrow is the first of those, then we would have the day after that. But as you point out, your instruments tell us that we have a pretty good day in 2 days' time. So you would think at some point over the next couple of days we do go racing in this men's dinghy medal race. Just to bring people up to date with how this works, so there were 10 scheduled opening series races. We actually only ended up having 8 of those because of the conditions, but the way it works is you receive points dependent on your position. So if you finish first, 1 point, second, 2 points, third, you are hoping to have the lowest number of points, and they also strike out your worst finish. So in the end, Matt Wern had 38 net points. Pavlos Kontidis, who is his nearest rival, the Cypriot, has 52. So he has a 14-point buffer. In the medal race, your points are worth double. So what that means is that Matt Wern simply needs to finish within 7 spots of Kontidis, or he needs Kontidis to finish 4th or worse in the race tomorrow, and Matt Wern will have another gold medal around his neck in the men's dinghy, which is a huge effort. It'll make it 4 straight for the Aussies, Nev.
Look, an amazing feat, but despite his amazing lead, it's actually new ground for Matt, because in his last 2 World Championships and in his gold medal, he actually couldn't be beaten for gold going into the medal race. So to have the possibility of somebody beating him is actually new, yet where he is amazing. So I'm sure he'll be fine.
Just explaining the men's dinghy. So these are the ILCA 7 boats, or the ILCA 7 boats. So 1 boat, 1 sailor. The boat is 4.2 metres long. The sail area is 7.1 square metres. And really, I mean, the interesting points are when there's strong winds, it's about keeping the speed high, and they really skip over the waves. And then when there's lighter winds, it's more technical. There's more balance involved, and you're manipulating the sail and adjusting the rudder. How would you explain this men's dinghy category, Nev?
Well, for a lot of people, you might recognise it as a boat that used to be called Laser. Very, very popular, but anyway, they're now called the ILCA 7 with the 7-metre sail, or 7.1, and the ILCA 6 for the smaller sail. They have a lesser sail area, and that's sailed by the women. But they're a simple sailboat with a self-draining cockpit, so if you get water in it, you can pull a plug and generally the water will drain out, provided the boat's travelling at a reasonable speed. You put your feet under a single strap and hike out over the side. What we try and do is hike out as far as you can, so you just above the knee is the last point of contact with the deck, and you stretch yourself out and sail the steering and trim of the sail is all done, of course, by the single person, and you help the boat by moving your body weight around a little bit. So you don't do everything by wrestling the rudder. You actually throw your weight out a little bit to take a bit of the pressure off steering the boat, which keeps the boat going fast.
And just listening to some of these sailors, I mean, if your head really at most of the time while you're hiking is half a metre above the water. So when the swell is high and the winds are up, really only when you get on top of the waves can you see what is happening around you. So it can be quite challenging for the participants at different stages, can't it, Nev?
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to make a choice sometimes when you're there. You want to be out as far as you can to get the maximum amount of leverage that keeps the mast high, keeps the centreboard in the water vertically, which means the boat doesn't slide sideways. As I said, mast up high means the sail gets the maximum power. But every now and again, you've got to kind of still be hiking up, but you've got to sit up, you've got to get a good view, you've got to know what's coming long distance, and then you also have to have a good knowledge of what's happening short distance. So they will go through a cycle of full strapped out hiking, and then every now and again they'll make sure they get their head up, as far as they can, have a good look, and then settle back into the hiking and just go fast.
We were chatting earlier about the fact that this could be 4 consecutive gold medals in this event for Australia, which would be a truly remarkable achievement, and actually the first time that Australia has done that in any given event since Kieran Perkins and Grant Hackett did it in the 1,500 metres in the pool over a 4 Olympic period. So Matt Wern has a significant chance to be a proud part of Australian sporting legacy at the Olympics.
No, look, amazing. He's an amazing sailor. It's an amazing class. Luckily, we have always been strong in this class. We often get fleets of well over 100 boats racing, which of course means that anybody in the top half of the fleet is good, but in the top 5% they are really, really, really good, and they get pushed hard. I think it suits Australians. Very fast downwind. We get a lot of wind here a lot of the time, so they're a delightful boat to sail downwind. I think they're just a ton of fun, but they're hard work to go fast upwind. You've got to work hard. But I think it's a good boat for Australians, and Kiwis always seem to do pretty well as well.
Do you know the story of Matt Wern's tattoos?
I do not.
He's got tattooed on his arm 17 and 28. Now that is to be a permanent reminder, or serve as a permanent reminder, of his first finishes in the Olympics. He came back and was able to win gold in Tokyo after that start, so he has that tattooed on him as a reminder of what you can overcome. It's not necessarily how you start, it's how you finish, and it's a nice message that Matt Wern wears permanently on his body, 17 and 28. He said most people think that it's a team number or something of the like, but really it's his first finishes.
His inspiration.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, he has been an amazing competitor, and the way through the heats, he was just grinding away, just chipping away, was just testament to how good he is. I mean, the other people he's racing against are amazing sailors, and for him to be able to pull such a lead out so clearly, I think is an amazing thing.
Well, fingers crossed the wind gets up in Marseille tomorrow and we can go racing and sort out this gold for good, and hopefully Matt Wern of Australia comes home with it. Can I just say, I love the drip. That's what the young kids call it, the outfit that you are rolling with at the moment. Drip feels appropriate for sailing, but you have pulled out your 2000 Olympic team clobber today. You've got the polo on, the tracksuit pants, the tracksuit jacket, and you look very nice in it, Nev.
Well, you're too kind. It was the end result of an archaeological dig at home.
Yes, you've done very well. Just recapping as we send it back to you, Ned. Matt Wern, he is the best in the world in this class, and well, he's got a big advantage. He just needs to finish within 7 of the Cypriot Pavlos Kontidis, and he will take home the gold medal, hopefully, when we go sailing tomorrow in Marseille. It'll be around about midday French time tomorrow, so that's 8 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. We can hardly wait. Hopefully Matt Wern has a gold medal, a second gold medal in this class in his future. Ned?
Thank you to Nev and Ben. Yep, the only thing seemingly being able to defeat Matt Wern at the moment is the weather, or lack thereof. But hopefully tomorrow is the day that he'll go through and seal that gold medal victory there. Now, elsewhere earlier on this evening, no medal, but great stories around in the 10-metre platform diving. The very experienced Melissa Wu at a 5th Olympic Games. Surely it'll be her last, but Olympics do strange things to people. She might decide to go around again. again. And at the other end of the scale, young Ellie Cole. Both made it through to the final. Ellie Cole ended up finishing in 7th position, and Melissa Wu came in 11th. And afterwards, both of them spoke to the host broadcaster, Channel 9.
Mel, Ellie, it's so wonderful to have 2 Australian women in an Olympic final. Mel, you've been on this stage before. It's obviously your 5th Games. What emotions were going through you today as you arrived here at the pool and headed up those stairs?
Very excited. I've been very, very fortunate to be at a 5th Games and loving every minute of it. And competing for Australia is always an honour, and today was no different, but probably extra special.
You soaked it up?
Definitely, yeah. Really enjoyed being up on that platform, and the crowd was amazing, and loving every minute of it.
How does it compare to the other 4 games?
I think as they go on, they definitely mean a lot more. I think it's been harder for me, especially this team was definitely the hardest for me to make, and to be able to get there and compete today. So I'm really proud of the whole journey to get here, and I think this one's extra special.
Ellie, an Olympic final on debut. How were your nerves?
They were definitely a lot calmer than they were in the prelims. I kind of just wanted to enjoy this one, make it fun, and I think I definitely did that. So, yeah.
How do you sum up your Olympic experience?
It's been so incredible. It's just such a surreal experience, and I feel like you can't really understand it if you don't do it. So yeah, it was incredible.
Everything you hoped it would be?
Oh, 100%. And more. Honestly, it's so incredible.
And what does it mean to be on the same team as this woman here, Melissa Wu?
It means everything. Just to be here for her last and my first. It's just, yeah, I think it's insane.
How much has she inspired you?
So much. I get this question quite a lot. So yeah, her hard work and dedication is just so incredible to watch throughout all competition and all training, and now to be on a team with her and making a final with her, it's really special.
And Mel, the next generation here coming through, what impresses you most about them?
Everything about Ellie. Ellie's absolutely amazing. It's so exciting for me to be in this final with her and to see the next generation, not just coming through, but actually ready now, ready to, do amazing things. And this is just the first step for Ellie, and so excited for her and also the rest of the next generation coming through.
As you said, you worked so hard to get here, to make your 5th Games, overcome so many challenges. What's next for you?
For me, I think just a long break now and just enjoying the rest of my time here, cheering on teammates. We've got a big week ahead of more divers. Curtis through to the semi after a great performance this morning, so ready to be cheer squad. Hopefully lose my voice for the next few days cheering them on.
Will you continue diving?
At this point, I'm just going to take a break, and I'm not saying anything at this point, but I have been working really hard on my career outside of diving, so no overseas trips planned. Going home to work hard on that, and looking forward to getting back to it.
Of course, Australians, they've watched you grow up since you were that 13-year-old who burst onto the scenes back at the Commonwealth Games. Do you have a message for all your supporters back home?
Yeah, huge thanks to everyone who supported me over such a long time as well. I've had a really long career, and that wouldn't have been possible without all the support back home. So huge thank you to everyone, family, friends, and Swiss, Diving Australia, Sports Commission, everybody. Thank you very much.
And Ellie, everyone holding the watch parties for you?
Oh my gosh, it's insane. I've loved looking at all of them on the Instagram stories. They're really sweet. And yeah, just love everyone. All the support is incredible.
Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you.
That's Ellie Cole and Melissa Wu. Melissa Wu heading into diving retirement with 2 Olympic medals under her belt. She picked up a silver in Beijing in the 10-metre synchro platform diving with Bryony Cole, and in the individual 10-metre platform in Tokyo 3 years ago. 5 Olympic Games under her belt, and retiring from the sport at the age of 32. It's a fair record that Melissa Wu has racked up, bowing out, making a final in her final Olympic Games. Plenty more still to come through the course of tonight. There's track cycling and there's track and field coming up at Stade de France as well. And you're listening to ABC Sports coverage of Paris 2024 in association with 9.
Start your day with the most reliable local news, issues and talkback on ABC Breakfast. Every morning we bring you the stories, the interviews and discussions that matter to you. You'll hear from the experts, the leaders and listeners like you, who share opinions, questions and personal stories. ABC Breakfast, the show that informs you, challenges you and connects you. Each weekday from 6 on ABC Radio or the ABC Listen app.
On ABC Sport, this is a Paris 2024 silver moment.
Straight after that, Jack Robinson pulls in on one as well. Curtin falls in over him, and he comes out. So 2 waves in, both surfers getting pretty deep in the tube. That'll be 2 solid scoring rides. So the scores have come in for that first wave. Cowley Vast, a 9.5, a near perfect ride to kick off this gold medal match. Throws down the gauntlet to the much more experienced Jack Robinson, and his score comes in as well, 7.83. And Jack Robinson still just ridden the one wave, but his second wave, he'll need a near 10 to take the lead. There's the horn. Time runs out. It is surfing silver for Jack Robinson, who just couldn't find gold in the green room today. The waves just didn't arrive for one of the best barrel riders in the world. Robinson has Australia's first surfing silver medal at the most critical wave in the world. No one can deny his place in history. Beaten by a local, a boy age 8. The French get gold. Cowley Vast with gold. Jack Robinson with silver for Australia in the surfing at Paris 2024.
Paris 2024.
Live and commercial-free coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympic Games on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital Radio.
Great stuff. Declan Byrne calling the silver medal for Jack Robinson, picked up in the surfing. Really interesting final and semi-final too for Jack Robinson to go through and finally pick up the medals. The waves probably weren't what he would have wanted, or perhaps what the organisers would have wanted, but I'm sure the French organisers were quite happy with the way it worked out in the end, taking home the gold medal with Cowley Vast, the local surfer as well, Chopu in Tahiti. Jack Robinson though picking up silver, and as I say, Declan Byrne called all the action. Declan, overall, what was your view of the whole event? Because obviously they struggled to sort of get it run in one neat block. They struggled for sort of either waves too big or waves too small or not there at all.
Ned, it was a vast improvement on Tokyo, which was, I think, what they wanted to do. So Tokyo was messy, the water was dark. It wasn't the spectacle that surfing deserved for their debut in the Olympics. They got that in Teahupo'o in Tahiti, which was exciting. You're right, it didn't run neatly. It's not like other sports in the Olympics where it's predictable, it's formatted and it's easy and you know what's going to happen. That's surfing though, and that's kind of the beauty of it, is you're relying on Mother Nature. They got their big moment that Monday. I'm sure everyone has seen that photo now. If you've watched any Olympics, that photo of Gabriel Medina exiting that wave and seemingly floating through midair. That was the best wave of the whole Olympics. Jack Robinson beat Medina in the semi-final. This was such a huge heat, and it was tense to watch. They were paddling next to each other, quite literally like hitting each other to get priority. So it was a tense semi-final, which Jack won and got the chance to surf for gold. Unfortunately, he came up against a guy who grew up on this break in Tahiti. A life-changing moment for that youngster, as sad as it was for Jack Robinson. Cowley Vast is a Tahitian who was representing France. He learnt to surf here. He'd surfed here in all conditions, so he knew that if the barrels came, he could handle it, but in smaller surf, he had the tricks and the combinations to make it work. So a gold for France for Cowley Vast. You could see how excited he was. And a silver for Jack Robinson. Still an amazing achievement. Surfing is one of those sports where sometimes second place just gets forgotten. It's seen as a failure. A silver medal in the Olympics in most sports is a life-changing achievement. It's something they've worked their whole career towards. So, yeah, the first silver for Jack Robinson in the Olympics and the first for Australia.
The good news for surfers is that they've already ratified the IOC that surfing will stay on the programme in 2028. I think that surf and skate are all staying on the programme in Los Angeles. Probably a fair few more obvious options for organisers as well in LA in terms of where they want to put the surfing. Yeah, I mean, it is an iconic part of the world for surfing in California there, Southern California. There's so many beautiful breaks. The one that would surely be the favourite is a break called Lower Trestles. This is where, at the end of the World Surf League Tour, they have the surf finals there. So they could choose anywhere in the world. They choose Lower Trestles. Compared to the wave we've just seen in Tahiti, it's a smaller wave, but it sees a more technical surfer come out. So that will favour the Americans. I'm sure they'd be happy with that. Americans have gone well there over the years in those surfing finals. But Aussies have done well as well. Last year, Ethan Ewing, who was here as a part of the Irukandjis, he made it all the way to the final of that. So he came second last year at Lower Trestles. Great to see it'll be at LA. Hopefully it's in Brisbane as well. I wonder where they take it down. Maybe to Snapper, somewhere around the Gold Coast there. I was going to say, they can't not put it in Brisbane. I'm sure the organiser of Brisbane, that sort of southeast Queensland area, you've got so many good surf breaks there that surely they'll keep it on the agenda for that one as well. As we mentioned already, that the skate will stay on for 2028, and obviously we're getting down to the final in the women's park, and Arissa True is the Australian involvement there.
Yeah, this is so exciting for Arissa True, who has changed the game in women's skateboarding. I'm just seeing her warming up here. She's decked out in her trademark pink and black checkerboard gear. So she's got the bright pink helmet, she's got the pink accenting all over the board, and her knee pads. This is a young girl who, as I said, is changing the face of skating and changing just how far young women can take this sport with new tricks. She's impressing the GOAT, Tony Hawk, so this is a big moment for her. She'll take to the Place de la Concorde Park course very soon. Might be able to hear the crowd in the background who have packed it out here for both the skating events, ready to see the top 8 girls in women's skating take the park in just a few minutes. Arissa's got a great chance. She qualified 6th, but in the final they'll get a few runs and it is just best score wins. It's as simple as that. So even if she falls a couple of times, she'll know if she can put something together, she'll hopefully bring us a medal.
Before all the big events as well, we generally tend to have somebody come out and they do the little ceremony of banging the pole down in front, and I can't pick out who that is who's going to see the moment, but she's gone and hugged every competitor beforehand as well. They were dancing around the skaters beforehand, and I mentioned before the age disparity generally between 14 and 23. I mean, Dora Varela, a real pensioner virtually at 23 years of age, comfortably the oldest in this skateboard final. A couple of Aussies on the judging as well, Renton Miller as the senior judge, and Shannon Duffy, one of the other judges out there too. So they're not too far from getting underway now with this final starting. Yeah, no, it is very exciting. You're right. She's got a senior citizens card. She's getting a discount at the tuck shop afterwards because that's what it is, a tuck shop here. The 14, 15, 16-year-olds who will take place and who will hopefully challenge Arissa True. Arissa spoke to Channel 9 just a couple of minutes ago before this, or after making the final and before this performance. So let's hear what she had to say.
We're down here with Arissa True. She is fresh off her first qualifying and she's currently ranked in 5th position. Can you tell me about your first Olympic Games debut and that incredible performance?
It's been really cool being at the Olympics. This park is really, really fun. All the girls are shredding and I'm just really excited to be out here.
Now, Arissa, you've landed so many world first tricks. You landed the very first 900. Can you list off your tricks to Australia, your world first that you've done?
My world first I've done is the first female 900, first female switch McTwist, also the McEgg, and first girl to do 720 in competition.
You are an absolute rock star. To all of your friends, family, skate parks, do you have any messages back home to Australia ahead of the finals this afternoon?
I miss everyone in Australia. Level up. I love you guys so much.
Really exciting for Arissa True, who is just about ready to take on the world here at Place de la Concorde. It's nearing 30 degrees. The crowd is packed in. There's always loud music and fun, we found out, across these few days. And if you've never heard of the Women's Park event, it's basically a big swimming pool. It's more like 4 swimming pools, I guess, with all sorts of different ledges and varieties throughout. But this is a format that is focused on air. It's focused on flow rather than the street format, which took place in the first week of competition, which was more about, rails and grinding and little tricks and putting together a performance. This is about what you can do in the 45 seconds to show off that you have learnt what this course offers and you've made the most of it. And Arissa True will skate 3rd. She is the 2nd youngest in the course. As the first skater gets underway, the Brazilian Dora Varela. She finished 7th in Tokyo. And this is undoubtedly her biggest moment on the world stage. I was double-checking her performances over the last few years. The highest she's ever finished is 6th at the World Champs. So there were tears of joy when Dora made the final. Brazil has such a strong skating culture in the men's and women's across street and park. And with a couple of seconds to go, she pulls out and she salutes the crowd and takes a bow. Happy with her first run, stoked to be there in the final. Dora Varela, who potentially won't medal, but has put together a seamless first run. As I said, Arissa True will run third, which will give her the chance to set a marker, to put something out there across those 3 runs and challenge those skaters who qualified ahead of her. We've seen the gold medalist from Tokyo knocked out, Sakura Yosuzumi from Japan, who won gold when skating debuted in Tokyo. She's been knocked out, but the other 2 medalists are here. One of them, another Japanese skater, Kokono Hiraki. She will skate last. She was the top score. As we see Dora Barella's numbers come in at 85.06. No wonder she was bowing to the crowd. That is a good early shot from the Brazilian. Up next, Naya Lasso, the Spanish rider, one of the many teenagers in this final. She's 15, and she won in Dubai this year, taking some red-hot form into Paris. Skirts around the edges. That Arc de Triomphe hip. Working up speed. Little backside grind for Naya Lasso, and then slides on the backside as well. 20 seconds left, so they get 45 seconds, they get 3 runs, and the best score wins. It's as simple as that. No averaging, no nothing. If you fall over, you know you've got another 2 runs, but setting that early play is huge. Naya Lasso comes off her board over the volcano. That'll knock a fair bit out of her scores. But yeah, just running through the rest of the field, one of the most interesting names in there is Sky Brown. Now, Sky Brown won bronze in Tokyo. She was 13 years old and 28 days, the youngest Great Britain athlete ever to represent Great Britain, and so the youngest to medal as well. She was born in Japan to a Japanese mother and a British father. But just a couple of days before making her way to Paris in training, she dislocated her shoulder, an accident which rattled her, and she said when she was talking to the media earlier on this week, it could pop out at any second, but I'm pushing through. So we'll see how she goes, because she injured herself in that first qualifying run. And here's the moment. Arissa True, the 14-year-old, decked out in that trademark pink and black checkerboard. Lands a couple of big moves straight away. 360, plants the foot. This is a solid start to her first run. 45 seconds for the world number 2. She picks up pace over the wall. Around that Catacombs area, and comes off the board. She tried to slide across one of those rails just 20 seconds in. So an unsuccessful first ride for Arissa True. That score will not figure in the medals. The good news is 3 runs per skater. Still a smile on her face. Running a pretty similar routine to the heats. She came unstuck in 2 of her 3 ride in the heats, and the same just there. It's amazing, all the competitors in this sport, the way they smile their way through it. There's no rivalry, they're all mates, they all travel around together. These teenagers, they are literally best friends, so as much as they want to win gold, they're stoked for each other, and Arissa True registering a 35.53. So that will not factor in the medals. Still got 2 more runs for our, hopefully, newest, youngest medalist for Australia, Arissa True. I'll keep you updated. Back to you in the host chair, Ned Hall.
Thanks very much to Declan Byrne. Yes, we'll keep an eye on that. There's water polo coming up. There's athletics coming up in a little while from now as well. But let's head out to the velodrome. The cycling track programme is up and running. Let's find out what's in store for us this evening from Olympic gold medalist Brad McGee and Corbin Middlemass.
Thanks very much, Ned. There'll be 1 medal decided tonight. We had one last night in the women's team sprint. Tonight it's the men's turn. Australia didn't have representation in the women's event, but the good news is the boys accounted themselves incredibly well yesterday, and as a result they find themselves in a medal race today at, or you'd expect if they win against China, which they're expected to do, they will either compete for bronze or for gold later. We'll tell you more about that when it rolls around, but the Aussies in a great position there. We'll also see the men's team pursuit outfit. They are already confirmed to race for a medal. The question is, which colour will it be? So they take on Italy, who are a powerful outfit as well in the men's team pursuit. If they win that, they will race for gold and be guaranteed a medal. If they lose that, they will then have a race for bronze, which is coming up tomorrow. So men's team pursuit, next round of action today, medals tomorrow. tomorrow. Men's team sprint next round today, and medals today. The third event that's on the card, Brad McGee, is the women's team pursuit, which is just underway. We've just seen the Japanese as the first of 10 nations lay down a time. We saw the boys experience this yesterday. It's 4 riders. They all start across the track. They'll basically ride in a single line to take advantage of the aerodynamic benefits and in each other's slipstream, and basically they'll have 16 laps, so 4,000 metres. One rider will peel off the front, drop to the back, and they'll continue to ride as different riders take turns pushing up into the breeze, sprinting all the way and getting through that 4,000 kilometres, and then 3 of the riders have to cross the line, and the time is measured from the third wheel across the line. So often riders will drop one of their team of 4 at some stage. As Ireland are about to start their swing around the velodrome, I say hello to Brad McGee. It feels like it's really starting to get going after a soft launch last night without the Aussies in the medal event. There's Australian representation everywhere today.
Well, we certainly got going once the Aussies hit the track, and some outstanding starting qualifications from both the men's team pursuit and the men's team sprint. Really good start to this velodrome campaign for the Aussies.
The women's team in the team pursuit finished 5th in Tokyo and in Rio. They were 4th in London, so got through to a bronze medal ride there. This event, by the way, the women's team pursuit, despite the fact it's been in every men's Olympics since 1908 or something like that, or at least been an event for the men since 1908. The women have only raced the women's team pursuit since 2012. It actually started as a 3,000-metre race with only 3 riders, and then after London in 2012, it was brought in line with the men, so 4 riders over 4,000 metres. And yet only 4 nations, Brad, have actually won a medal in the event. So Great Britain have won a medal in all 3 editions, as have the United States. Canada's won 2 bronze, and Germany are the defending champions. But for Australia, they're still trying to get on the board in the women's team pursuit. Can it happen this year?
Well, certainly the experience is there in the coaching staff. Also with certain riders like Chloe, with Alexander Manley, on the bench. That just shows how much we've got in experience there. Georgie Baker, great experience. A couple of new girls in, but the experience and knowledge is certainly there in the Team Australia camp. Now, it's ridiculous why it was ever 3 kilometres and 3 riders. Let's not go there. They've also caught up last night in the women's team sprint now, the same distance as the men. So we're finally getting there, Corbin. But let's not get started on that.
Well, do you like the program overall now? So it's basically 5 different events, men's and women's, 10 medals up for grabs in the velodrome program, which runs the last 7 days of the tournament. I know there are some very popular events. You were an Olympic medalist in the individual pursuit, which isn't there anymore. Are you happy with the 5 that we've got at the moment?
I am. I think they've got the mix right between the sprint events and the endurance events, individual events and teams events. I think the mix is right on par. I love it that the Madison's still in there, for example, in the endurance side of things. The team sprint in the sprints is just an exciting event. Can't wait to see what the boys can do later on today. And the team pursuit, well, it's like the Queen event or the blue ribbon event for both men's and women. So I think they've got the mix right.
Ireland have dropped their 4th rider here, as we spoke about earlier. Teams will often finish with only 3, but they have done so early, so there's still 1,500 metres to go in their qualifying time. Just to recap what the team pursuit's all about, so 10 different teams. The initial stage or initial phase of the team pursuit is a qualifying time, so each team goes out there, rides against the clock, and the 4 fastest times are in a position to compete for the medals. So it's not just a qualifying time where you can roll out there and tick the legs over. This is the start of the competition proper, because if you're not in the top 4 out of 10 teams, there's no chance for you in the next stage to compete for the medals.
That's right. And looking ahead, the Aussies have got a tough battle here. We're seeded for the 5th heat, and that means there's 5 teams behind us. And what the advantage will give to those other 5 teams that will take off after the Australians is they'll know the schedule to be set. They'll know what it's going to take to get in that top 4. We won't. So it's going to be down to the coaching staff, the athletes themselves, to come up with a strategy that is as good as they can do on the day in the qualifying round. They cannot afford to take it easy. They can't afford to hedge their bets. They've just got to go all in to maximise the chance of getting in that top 4 from this opening qualifying round.
All right, Ireland coming up towards the bell lap here, so 1 to go. 250 metres around the velodrome. They're in the sprinters lane here, right in between the black line and the red line and the lower portion of the velodrome as they come up towards the final bend. So they take turns number 3 into turn 4, and we'll start to head down the home straight here. They're chasing the Japanese time, and they just cover it. So 1.371 seconds, the difference between Ireland and Japan. So Ireland jump to the best qualifying time so far of the two that have been out there with a 4:12.447. How does that stack up, Brad?
That is a very respectable time. To be honest, I've never seen Ireland nor Japan racing at this level. Certainly they've probably come up in the last few years just to make the quota and get a start at the Olympic Games. Shows they're putting in a lot of effort. But 4:12.
Yep.
That is very, very respectable time. You know, campaign's gone past. That could have put them in the medals. So the sport has progressed. We expect some very fast times later, but already hats off to the Irish for. That's a really good time. And you can see the coaching staff are very happy with that time.
No, they were humming coming home as well. So you look at the splits there across the 1,000-metre mark. So they were actually behind Japan after 1K, 2K, 3Ks, and then in the end had to make up significant ground late. They did so on the last 1,000 metres, and as a result were able to post the time so far at 4:12.447. There are 8 more nations that have to head out there with their 4 riders. The Australians are due up 5th. So we're about to have Team 3, which is going to be the host nation France, then Canada, then the Aussies. The big hitters in this event, as I touched on, so Great Britain have won 2 of the 3 editions at the Olympic Games. Germany are not only the defending champions, but they laid down the world record time last time out in Tokyo. So the world record mark currently sits at 4 minutes, 4 seconds, .242. So we'll see the Germans back up again. The United States, along with GB, have won a medal in every edition so far. Germany, as I touched on, the defending champs, so they're probably the top 3. And the other nation which I think is a sneaky chance and worth keeping an eye on is Italy. So they actually won the women's team to shoot when it was contested here at the World Championships at St. Quentin on Yvelines at the velodrome here in France, which is about 45 minutes out of the CBD of Paris back in 2022. So they have form at this particular velodrome in the not-too-distant past.
Certainly going to be a close competition here. We're looking at Team France, so no doubt we'll hear a bit of noise once the gate opens and the race gets underway. The French are also an outside chance here. I think there's probably 6 teams here that could really consider themselves a strong hope, at least to get into that top 4, Corbin. And it's going to come down to how well prepared they are, how willing they are to really throw it out in this qualification, not holding anything back, but certainly risking that fatigue that could carry over into the future rounds. But right now, I expect them to go all in.
Let's go around with the French. Corbin Middlemass and Brad McGee on the call. We're in the 3rd team of qualifying, and it's the host nation France. As you can hear the roar around the velodrome, this is a team that finished 7th in this event in Tokyo, but they were 3rd at the World Championships in Glasgow last year and 3rd on their home track when the World Champs were contested here in 2022. All 4 of their members, Brad, backing up from the World Championships last year, so Capone, Fulton, Boris and Lynette. How important is a settled lineup in the team to shoot?
Oh, absolutely, it's everything. We look in these images, Corbin, they're riding so close together. Often there are touches of wheels, we know that, and they're at the same time they're at maximum heart rate. The eyes get a bit crossed towards the closing stages. It's hard to see the schedule being asked from the coaching staff on the inside. There's a lot going on. So having that trust and knowledge of what your fellow teammates are going to do is absolutely crucial. Change one rider, it takes a long time for them to find that new rhythm.
Looking at the lead rider at the moment, which is Fulton, ahead of Boris, Lynette and Capone. So that's the 4 that they're currently structured in, and they're riding well so far. They have posted the best time at the same stage after the 1,000-metre mark. So fractionally ahead of Ireland. They'll be happy with that, going through the first 1K. That's 1 minute 07.509.
Yeah, really good start there. The tell will be this 2nd kilometre split. So already the Irish and the Japanese are around just over that 1 minute mark for the kilometre. So let's have a look what the French come up with. That would be a real tell of their overall speed and how it's going to transfer to the finish.
You rode this event at a home Olympics. Obviously, that's what the French are doing here. Could you hear the crowd inside the velodrome when you're on the bike?
Well, certainly. It's like a wave of energy and noise. And, you know, these athletes will choose when they let that in. And these opening stages, you'll find they'll try to, push it away, I guess, or not let it in. And as the fatigue kicks in and the legs are needing anything, they'll let that noise in as your advantage.
I often wonder that with you guys as professional athletes, where you think, how much of it do they hear and how much of it do they block out? And it feels like whenever it's negative stuff, they say, oh, we never heard it. It doesn't matter anyway, we block all that out. But there are the few occasions that it seeps through, and as you said, what a motivating factor it would be for the French here as the home nation.
And there you go, just looking at that second kilometre split, just inside the 1 minute mark, so they're travelling really fast now, well over 60 kilometres an hour. And they look good.
First of the three nations that have been out there on the track to have done that. So going through kilometre number 2 quicker than Japan and Ireland. Aussies are due up 5th, so we'll follow their fortunes as well in the women's team pursuit coming up.
They look good. They're very smooth. You see not a lot of movement off that black line, which is the fastest way to get around these 250 metres. And that means that when you're sitting second wheel, third wheel, fourth wheel, you're able to actually relax a little bit, believe it or not, and just recover so that when it's your turn to hit the front, you've got maximum power. So good job so far by these French girls.
Marie Linette, who was on the front pushing up into the breeze, she weaves out and then drops back last of all. Now they drop a rider here, so...
Not bad. That's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we're 3 laps from the finish to burn one, as we say in the business. That's totally fine.
So there's about another 1,000 metres or so to go for France as they're laying down a time here as the women's team pursuit qualifying continues. The Aussies are still 2 away. We'll be back shortly. Declan Byrne at the skateboarding.
Cheers, Corby. Arissa True, pressure is on, although you wouldn't know. Big cheesy grin on her face. It's her second run. She came off in the first, and so far, about 20 seconds into this second run, she's thrown down some big airs, some big tricks, lands that switch, comes over the volcano. Slowed down a little bit, but a 360 will help. This is a great run from Arissa True, who has it all ahead of her at the moment. She came off on the first run towards the end. 3 seconds to go. Anything else? Little aerial. And that is a great run from Arissa True. She is beyond happy. It's part relief, part ecstasy for the 14-year-old. She gets hugs from a few of her great mates on tour. And at the moment, that could put her up towards a medal position. And the pressure is getting to a few of these skaters. Out of the 8 finalists here in the Women's Park Final at the Place de la Concorde, 5 of them came off in their first run. But Kokona Hiraki, the silver medalist from Japan, she sent down a 91.98. Scores come in for Arissa True. It's a 90.11. She goes into second place. Huge second run from Arissa True into that provisional silver medal position. Under pressure, True stands up. And her coaching staff are elated as well. She gets a pat on the head from Coach Trev Ward. Arissa True blows a kiss to the camera. Well, now she knows with 1 run to go that she can put it all out there. At the moment, Arissa True sitting second, provisionally in the silver medal position at the Women's Park Final. Head back to the velodrome. Corbin.
Thanks, Declan. Stay close there as we follow Arissa True's fortunes. Corbin Middlemass alongside Brad McGee, Olympic gold medalist in the team pursuit. We've just seen the French knock up the fastest qualifying time so far. So France coming in at 4:08.797. Now, why that's significant, it is more than 3.5 seconds quicker than the previous best time put down by Ireland. So very fast out, the French, just 4 seconds outside the world record.
Yeah, and that's got to ask the question. The world record sitting there at 4:04.242 by the Germans in Tokyo. If the French are running at 4:08, could that world record be in trouble? Certainly. But I'm looking at another stat there, and that's the 4-minute mark. And this is extraordinary, even to pose the question. Could, for the first time, a women's 4 person team pursuit nudged that 4-minute mark. We've seen it happen in the men's at the Sydney Olympics. It was unbelievable. Of course, the men's are going very, very fast beyond that world record now. But certainly it's going to happen at some point. Is it going to be here in Paris 2024?
Do you think we're that close?
I do. Just off the back of that French time, 4:08, that's an exceptional time for the French. They look good, they're in control, and that would just indicate the track's good, track's in good condition. And I'd say that already some of these, the Germans, potentially the Australians, the Italians, these teams coming later on, are already going with another plan for what they thought they'd have to do to get into the top 4.
All right, we're about to follow the Canadians, who are the team next up on the velodrome. Following them, we'll get to see the Australians for the first time in the women's team pursuit. Canada has won a bronze medal twice in this event, going back to Rio and also in London. And the team is Maggie Coles-Lister. They've got Sarah Van Dam, Erin Atwell and Ariane Bonhomme is the 4-person team for the Canadians. We touched on yesterday their lycra one-piece suit that they're rolling with is unusually the black bottoms with the light blue top. They still have the red maple leaf and the white sleeves with the 2 disc wheels, as you'd expect, inside the velodrome, and the black bikes with the black helmets as the Canadians set off on their second lap.
It's a strong start. They're a little bit off the pace now. I don't think they'll be too concerned so far. They look like they've settled into this pursuit, riding in good sequence. Riders swinging high now, looking for the 4th wheel. After a really solid start, she'll be looking forward to a sort of a rest at 60 kilometres an hour and 200 beats a minute, but if it can happen, you just take the pressure off your ankles, maybe point your toes a little bit, just roll the calf muscle over, just for a few half laps is enough just to recharge, and then you start to really think, I'm back in position 3, now 2, ready to hit 1 with full power.
It's amazing how far women's cycling's come in what is a relatively short period of time. You look at someone in this race like Sarah Van Dam, for example, only 22 years of age. Lists Lotte Kopecky as her hero growing up, so amazing that they're now competing at the same games in what is a pretty short period of time. As a teenager, she would have been watching Lotte Kopecky as a young woman riding in pro races.
Extraordinary, and that's the nature of cycling now with the age gap. So we're starting younger and finishing later, and so we'll see more of this crossover. It looks like Sarah Van Dam's just about to hit the front now. She's in 2nd position, so let's see what she can do for this Canadian team as it becomes her time to take the front, lead the charge. She'll be looking to at least maintain the schedule set by the coach on the inside of the track. Big turn from the Canadian out front now. That's at least a 2-lapper. Coming into 3 now. That's a huge turn for this middle part, and she burns. So there you go, Corbin. That's a classic example of what these teams choose to do. The rider, that's clearly the strategy to put in a massive effort, do a really long term, and then get out of the way so you don't slow down the rest of the teammates. So that's a strategy that the Canadians have clearly set out. Let's see if it pays off. It's still quite early. We've got 3 riders now with the remaining 5 laps, right? Remaining 5 laps.
I do find that fascinating as to when teams decide to burn their rider. How much is that depending on what kind of a rider you have? Is it more about the tactics of the race, or is it more about who you have at your disposal?
It's the combination, and that comes down to the performance analysis from the coaching staff. They'll know exactly what the power curve is like for each athlete. They'll know what it looks like in different combinations, and it's a real... We've moved beyond the art now because there's so much data to rely on, but at the end of the day you need to build belief and confidence that the athlete's delivering, and so when that strategy is set, they need to 100% all in, all for, believe that this is the perfect strategy. There's no margin for error.
They are outside the time set by France moments ago by almost 2 seconds, so work to do. They've got about 3 laps remaining of the velodrome in the women's team pursuit, and Canada putting down their qualifying time here, so plus 2.142 at the same stage that France were.
They just don't seem to be on top of the gear, as we say. They've chosen to ride a big gear like most teams do these days. The idea being there is after the big power requirements and strength to get that gear going, to get up onto your top speed, or then the gear itself will just float for the remaining 7 sector of the race. So what I've seen here, the Canadians have tried to get up and out onto that big gear, hasn't quite landed, and now they're just sort of suffering a little bit under the cadence profile they'd prefer to be riding.
Sarah Van Dam leads them at the moment, the 22-year-old, as she weaves out, high arc up onto the top of the velodrome and then drops back in last of all. So chance for Coles Lister to lead the way for this Canadian team.
And she's in trouble there, you can see on third wheel, Corbin.
That's Van Dam, who's just trying to close that gap now, weave a little bit closer to the back wheel of the second rider as they split out 3 across the track, sprint towards the finish line, and they cross. And they post a time of 4:12.205, so I'll put them some 3.4 seconds outside of Canada outside of France at the same stage.
Now hang on. So there's a bit of confusion here. The Canadians clearly thought they were finishing. And on that, what they thought was the finish, we heard the bell.
Yes.
So there's a discrepancy here between the Canadian team, what they thought was the completion of 16 laps, and what the race officials had.
The time is going to be posted here at 4:12.205.
Now, this is interesting.
3.4 seconds. Oh, I'm glad you pointed that out. I must admit, it caught me by surprise too. I've read the time as if they'd finished. And as you said, that we certainly heard the bell. And there has been a clear mix-up here. The television monitors dropped the graphics too, so I think they felt like they were wrong. And as you said, there is all sorts of confusion as to how many laps they actually ended up completing.
And that is a rider's worst nightmare. To hit the finish line, what you think is the finish line, and to hear that bell, meaning you've got to go another 250 metres. We've seen the Canadians reform their trio and went for that final lap, but it was really a disconcerted effort. So we'll be seeing soon, hopefully, what the outcome is. Are the Canadians correct here? Have they counted their laps? Or has the race officials seen it in a different light? Still some confusion here. Aussies are coming up.
Right. So Canada's time is going to go in as 4:12.205. We've got 4 qualifying times laid down. At the moment, France the quickest at 4.08.797. For the Aussie start, let's go back to the skateboarding and Declan Bird.
Thank you, Corbin. The scene is set. I feel sick in my stomach. I'm sure Arissa True, the 14-year-old, isn't feeling any of those nerves because, well, she's probably just having the time of her life. But as we stand, every skater has had 2 runs, and Arissa True is in the bronze medal position. They get 3 runs, and there's no averaging. There's no knock off your worst. It is your best score wins. So Arissa True, who will skate 3rd coming up in just a couple of minutes, but at the moment sits in that provisional bronze medal position. She would be the youngest ever Australian to win a medal at the Olympics if she can hold on or maybe even improve from there. So the scores, Hiraki, the #1 skater in the world, the 15-year-old who won silver in Tokyo as a 12-year-old, she is leading with 91.98. Sky Brown, the bronze medalist from Tokyo, who, well, was 1 month older than Kokona Hiraki. She is sitting 2nd, 91.6, and Arissa True is 3rd, 90.11. So there are 8 rides remaining, of which Arissa True has destiny in her own hands. She can throw down an immense routine and hopefully improve that score as we see Dora Varela, the Brazilian, finish her 3rd run. Plenty of Brazil flags in the crowd. It is heaving here at Place de la Concorde. In the middle of historical Paris, the newest sports in the Olympics are showing off exactly why they are in these games. They're bringing in a new audience. Incredible feats like Dora Varela, who just launches into the air over that volcano. So we await Dora Varela's score. Her best at the moment is 85.06. She's in 5th position. And it comes in, it's an 89.14, so it does not usurp Arissa True. Gets her into 4th in the final. That's 1 from 8 down. Arissa True coming up in 2 rides' time. Before her, the Spaniard, Naya Lasso. She's ranked 12th in the park format over the past couple of years. So Naya Lasso, who won in Dubai this year, has come into form right in time for the Olympics, but hasn't been able to post a score in this final. She qualified 7th highest. She takes off. Massive aerial on that vert wall. Scoots around the hip, picks up some pace. Over the waterfall. Plants that foot. The situation is pretty simple for Arissa True. She would not want to be relying on 90.11, watching the last 5 skaters come in. She'll know an improved score will make her life so much easier and just that little bit less stressful. Huge aerial from Naya Lasso. This is a pretty good run from the Spaniard. Time runs out. We'll see what that score is. Does Lasso throw a cat amongst the pigeons? So Arissa True, seconds away from deciding her own fate. 30 degrees. The pressure is up here at the Place de la Concorde. And Arissa True is just about ready to skate for her place in history. Born in Cairns, grew up on the Gold Coast. She's the only female ever to land a 720 in competition. She's also the only female ever to land a 900. She won the Laureus Sports Award for Action Sports Person of the Year. Arissa True is a game changer, and right now she sits in 3rd. Naya Lasso's score drops. It's 86.28, so it is not enough. 2 skaters down, 6 to go. And 5 of them stand between Arissa True and her first medal for the female skaters. Arissa stands atop the hip de triomphe. Hands on hips. The pink helmet, the black checkerboard, it's her trademark on her skateboard, on her helmet, on her knee pads. She squints into the sun and starts her run. Is this history in the making for Arissa True? Sticks those first 2. She's running with that same routine as she has a couple of times, and the crowd are loving it. See if she can combo a few moves here after 3 big aerials. Little kickflip over that hip. Grinds along, 50-50. Picks up pace around the bowl and on the spine rail atop the island. Lands switch. Comes off the volcano. Another 360 and lands it. Grabs a bit of change but sticks it. 8 seconds left for Arissa True. What can she finish with? Hip grind, hands in the air. Arissa True knows that she has done everything in her power to score herself a historic medal. Her smile ear to ear. She's looking around in disbelief. Everything worked. And the hugs come from her rivals, but also her best mates on tour. The 14-year-old in the pressure cooker Paris situation right here at the Place de la Concorde. Faultless. And now there's 2 waiting games. The first is, can she improve on 90.11? The second waiting game is, can the others? So at the moment, Arissa True sits in 3rd position. 90.11. If she can score above 91.6, it gets her to silver. The score drops 93.18. Arissa True is in the gold medal position. The ride of her life. And now she waits to see if anyone can jump her. Wow. Listen to the crowd. That is a moment to savor. 14 years of age, shining on the world stage, and under immense pressure, Arissa True puts in her best ride on her last ride. She sits first, and there are 5 riders who are yet to go down. How do they do it? Nerves of steel. They probably don't have nerves at age 14. So 5 riders to go. The next is Hayley Servio. She's breaking records of her own. She's 13, the youngest Finn athlete at any Olympics ever. She started skating only 4 years ago, Hayley, when she actually moved from Finland to Australia during COVID. Found her dad's old skateboard in the garage and her sister gave it a go. 4 years later, she's in a final here in Paris. 13-year-old from Finland, putting together a very tidy run. She burst into tears when she made the final. She knew that was an achievement in itself. Lands one on the rail as time runs out. Flicks out a 5:40 to finish. Well, that will impress the judges. And the coach of Arissa True is Trev Ward. He is over the moon as well. I dare say he had a bit to do with Hayley Servio when she spent that time in Australia. Arissa True and Hayley share a hug, and the tears are again flowing for the 13-year-old Finn, who awaits her own score now and her own destiny in this final. At the moment, none of her scores will get her on the dais. A couple of 71s. She needs 91.6 or above to get into the medals. What a moment this would be. So Arissa True, currently top, 93.18. As the judges deliberate on Hayley Servio's score. Arissa True stands behind her with her own smile. They are just so stoked for each other. There's no sense of rivalry. It's an 88.89. It won't be enough to get her into the medal position, but she embraces Arissa's coach. She embraces Arissa. And that's another one down. So there's 4 riders to go, of which 2 of them sit second and third. The next rider, though, this is Sky Brown. I mentioned before, just a couple of days before Paris, Sky Brown dislocated her shoulder, and during the qualifiers came off her board holding her shoulder. It looked like it had popped out. She said last week it could pop out at any second, but I'm pushing through. I might have to play it safe. Well, play it safe she doesn't. An invert to start things off. Sky Brown is going to leave it all out here. She sits in third at the moment. Arissa True is leading. The bronze medalist from Tokyo. She was 13 years old when she won it. The youngest Great Britain athlete to ever represent Great Britain and then to win a medal. Can she make it too? Sitting in the bronze at the moment. Another great run. Now she's come off late on both her runs in the qualifying. Lands the kickflip over the volcano. Throws out the board as well. 1 second left. That trick won't count, but Sky Brown has put together a mammoth performance. As she did in Tokyo, she came late. She might do it again. They've talked about quite a few of the athletes, quite a few of the skaters have talked about how much fun it is out there with these crowds. The biggest crowds they've ever skated in front of. Sky Brown said even in practice, the crowd was crazy. They all said they missed that in Tokyo. The skaters just feeding off the energy here at the Place de la Concorde. With that 3,300-year-old obelisk in the background, the Eiffel Tower as well, but the newest of new sports here at the Olympics, putting on a show. Sky Brown sitting in bronze, 91.6. Arissa True in the gold medal position, 93.18. Judges doing their calculations. Score drops, 92.31. It is not enough to overtake Arissa True. So Sky Brown is in the silver medal position. Arissa True still sits in the gold medal spot with just 3 skaters yet to complete their final run. And the pressure mounts on this next skater, the Japanese skater Hinano Kusaki.
We still have 3 skaters left.
who on her first 2 runs came off very early. Again, Hinano Kusaki with seeming pressure on her shoulders in this biggest moment, smiling ear to ear. This is such a positive sport as she kicks off her 3rd run. Hinano is 16-year-old. Signature move is a 540. We'll see if she pulls it out. Score high if she can. The kick flip onto the spine rail. Finding good flow on this course. Her best finish at a World Champs is 2nd in Rome last year and 2nd in an X Games. She's yet to win one on tour in the big moments. And doesn't land that 540, so can't stick the signature move, which means Arissa True is safe for another minute. Hinano Kusaki raises her board to the crowd, who are so appreciative of the show these girls are putting on. There are 2 skaters still to run. And at the moment, Arissa True in the provisional gold. If this next skater doesn't beat Arissa's score, it's a guaranteed medal for True. The next one up is the American by the name of Bryce Wettstein. She was in Tokyo as well, finished 6th, 20 years old. After she finished and qualified earlier on today, she had her ukulele out there on the Place de la Concorde Park course, playing some music. She was dancing around, she was signing autographs. Qualified 2nd highest. And as Bryce Wettstein starts her run, Arissa True knows that she is a guaranteed bronze medalist at the worst here in Paris. Wettstein off and running. Needs 92 or above to medal, to give her chance of a medal. The smiles on all their faces are just infectious. Bryce is 20 years old. She's been in the skating scene for a little while, as I said. Performed at Tokyo, finished 6th. Having so much fun out there. That is a solid board slide. 50-50 grind, sticks that one. Just 5 seconds left. Comes off right at the end on that big last trick. I don't know if that will overtake Arissa. Arissa claps it. You can see the nerves finally starting to show on her face as her good mate, the Finn/Australian Hayley Servio, stands next to her. Bryce Wettstein skated up to the volcano. She holds her board and the crowd give her some love. So Bryce Wettstein's 3rd score comes in. It is 73.26, which means Arissa True is guaranteed a silver medal. 1 rider remaining, and it is the #1 ranking skater at the moment in women's park skateboarding. Her name is Kokona Hiraki. She's 15 years of old. She won silver in Tokyo as a 12-year-old. Just 2 weeks before her 13th birthday, she set a record. The Japanese skaters took out both gold in the men's and women's. Kokona was there in silver, looking to do one better. She sits already in the bronze medal position with 91.98. Can she do one better? Or is Arissa True a gold medalist in Paris? The crowd are silent at the moment. They know so much is on the line on this final run here at the Place de la Concorde. Some early tricks from Hiraki. It's a bit of a slower run, picking up pace now, looking for some air. Little tail grind, backs it up again, same move. Just 10 seconds remaining. Did she pull off a banger to finish? Kickflip, grabs the board. That's a strong trick. 2, 1. That'll be time. Hands aloft. Hiraki likes it. Arissa True applauding. So Arissa True sits in gold with 93.18. The final skate has occurred. The Japanese rider Kokona Hiraki needs 93.19 to take victory. This is a moment in skating history. The second time it's in the Olympics. Arissa True was 11 years old when it debuted. She'd only just started skating competitively, and in these last 3 years has changed the game, doing stuff that no one else is doing, and getting plaudits from the best of the best. We await the score from Hiraki Kokona. She has to beat 93.18. The score drops 92.63, which means Arissa True has won gold. Australia has a new youngest medalist in Olympic history. Believe it, it's true. Arissa True. The 14-year-old wins gold in the skateboarding park final. 14 years of age, 1-4. And it is 1-4 the ages. Arissa True, Australia's first female skating medal, and it is a gold. She stares up at the crowd, smiling, almost in disbelief. Her bright pink helmet still atop her head. She hasn't taken it off. The knee pads are still there. She's getting hugs, and she's lifted up into the air by her coach, Trev Ward, who has been there the whole time with her. Both hands in the air from Arissa True. This is history from a girl who keeps making history. She's shaping history. 93.18 on her last run under immense pressure. This is a life-changing day for Arissa True and for Australian skaters. Teenagers all around the world will be idolising Arissa True, Australia's youngest medalist of any colour, let alone gold. I need to get my breath. Wow. Congratulations, Arissa True. Gold at Paris 2024 in the women's park skateboarding final. Let's go to the velodrome. Corbin Middlemass, what have you got for us?
Great call, Declan, and what a moment for Arissa True, Australia's latest gold medalist. So we're 11 days into the Games, and Australia have won gold medals on 10 of the 11 days. So there's only one day in which the Aussies haven't been able to claim a gold. Takes them onto the medal tally, Australia overall now, as they move to 14 golds. So the all-time most golds that Australia have ever won at a particular Games is 17. Happened twice in Athens, where you were part of the gold medal winning contingent, Brad McGee, and also at the Tokyo Games, of course, recently in 2021. So the Aussies up to 14 gold, 12 silver and 8 bronze. You mentioned what we're doing here at the velodrome. We're watching the women's team pursuit, and unfortunately for Australia, we're watching the Kiwis go around in pretty quick time. So we've got the three big hitters to come in the United States, Great Britain and Germany, and already Australia have been bumped down to the third fastest time. So it is New Zealand on top, 404.679, Italy on 407.579, and the Australians on 408.612. So what it means is Australia need to qualify as one of the fourth fastest. They had a pretty good run at it moments ago, Brad McGee, but given the fact that New Zealand and Italy have gone under that, and there's still three really good teams to come, they'll be nervous, I'm sure.
Yeah, they will be, but as far as times go, the Australians have definitely performed at their highest level there, at Olympic level, potentially overall. So, you know, they've done as good as they can. It was a little bit messy. We lost the rider early, but then they really rallied to come back in. They fought all the way to the line. But what we've just seen there from the New Zealand team, they also started, you know, pretty good, were mild through the middle and absolutely ripped it home. And they are only 0.4 4 of a second outside the world record with that qualifying time from New Zealand. That's a huge ride.
What were you doing at 14, by the way?
Getting into trouble. No.
How old were you when you won your gold medal?
28.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Twice her age.
After 3 attempts and all that. Yeah.
Took his
14.
Jeez. What a story.
So cool.
Arisa True wins gold in the women's skateboarding. So night continues around Paris, the 14th gold medal that Australia have won for the Games. So they need 3 more from here on the back end, and hopefully we get some gold medals at the Velodrome. We haven't had one in track cycling since Anna Mears in 2012. I feel confident, Brad. I've got you by my side. You know what it takes to win gold medals, and hopefully we can call the Aussies home. Still to come today, we've got the men's team sprint, so the medal races as well as what is really a virtual sort of semi-final, or at least some kind of qualifying for the Aussies coming up. They will race against China in their they call it the first round, so they take on China. It's basically a match race. China on one side of the track, the Aussies on the other. They've got 3 laps. Go through as quick as you can, drop a rider off every lap, and then if they do that quicker, then at least the other 2 winners. So what it is one, I'm not explaining this well, but it's 1 V8, 2 V7, 3 V6, 4 V5. And then the 4 winners, not only do you have to win to go through and race for the medals, you have to actually win in one of the best 2 times. If you do that, you will race for gold. If you are winning, but unfortunately going through as the 3rd or 4th fastest, you will cycle for bronze. So that is what will happen later today, and those medals will be presented. We'll be here for it at the Velodrome at Saint-Quentin on Evelings, about 45 minutes away from the Paris CBD and 36 kilometres out of the Athletes Village. And there's also the men's team pursuit next round as well to look out for. And the Aussies were lights out yesterday. How good were they, the men's team pursuit outfit, as the fastest qualifiers into the next round? They have a virtual semi-final. It's that simple. They win, they race for gold, they lose, they race for bronze. Women's team pursuit has our focus at the moment, though. Corbin Middlemass and Brad McGee. And we're watching the might of Team USA.
What can they do?
They've got Jennifer Valente, who is the #1 Omnium rider on planet Earth at the moment. She is also the reigning Olympic champion. They have Lily Williams, Chloe Dygert, and a certain woman by the name of Kristen Faulkner is in the race, the road race gold medalist who we called the gold only a couple of days ago on the streets of Paris, Brad, and here she is inside the Velodrome.
And I believe a bit of an awkward start there. We've got images of Coach Gary Sutton, the Australian, my former coach, and he's leading this American quartet to potentially a really fast time. I believe they've got the firepower. They'll be a bit scrappy technically, but they've come in here with absolute focus on their power delivery, and that's what they believe will get the job done. So a scrappy start. They'll split up between rider 2 and 3, but they're all together now.
You're obviously a pro cyclist for well over a decade, and you won a gold in the team sprint. How common is it that we see the crossover between the road cyclists and those that compete in the team pursuit?
So we have seen it in the past, certainly when I was a member of the 4-member men's team pursuit in Athens, taking the gold medal. All 4 were actually racing in the World Tour at the time.
Well,
we don't see it so much in the men's category. They're racing in the World Tour, but predominantly track riders. But it's become such a high-power event. I believe the women's team pursuit is going towards that trajectory, but at the moment, with the race times and the physical requirements, there's still a bit of room for crossover. And right now, we see Faulkner. What stands out for me, though, there's room for crossover, but not in the same week, Corbin.
Yeah.
That crossover we've never seen before. Winning a road race and then backing up the team pursuit in the same event is unheard of.
158 kilometres she rode on Saturday, and or Sunday it was, and in fact we're here now on Wednesday. In fact, and there's only a couple of days in between, and all of a sudden she's back out there as the 3rd wheel at the moment in this American team. A gold medal a couple of days ago for Kristen Faulkner. You can tell I'm losing track of the days, and no matter what side of the continent we're referring to, but at the moment I know for sure.
I think we're all with you, Corbin. Spectators and all.
It's coming up to 6:30.
Hang in there, it's all good.
Paris time on day 11 of the Games. This American team is going around at the moment, and they're doing it so far comparatively up to the 2,000 metre mark quicker than the best overall team at the moment in the United States. So the Aussies are right on the cusp here. They need to be one of the 4 fastest qualifiers. And at the moment, there's already 2 teams in front of them, 2 teams to come, and the might of the USA, who have won a medal in every single year that the women's team pursuit has been contested. And at the moment, they're racing out there at the moment. And Kristen Faulkner, the woman we speak about that won the gold, she isn't the 4th rider that's dropped off. You could forgive her for that. She takes her turn at the front now, as she is one of the 3 riders remaining for the Team USA with, over 1,000 metres to go.
We've seen the Americans up on the New Zealanders. It's drifted back now as they've lost that 4th rider, but they're re-finding their rhythm with just these 3 riders inside a kilometre to go. It's going to be close, 0.3 of a second now to the New Zealanders. Coach Gary Sutton looks concerned.
It's the Omnium Olympic champion that they've lost in Valente, so Williams leads it at the moment, the 3-person team that remains ahead of Dygert and ahead of Faulkner. So Dygert, a medalist earlier in the games, picked up a bronze in the individual time trial on the road. So they're outside the time at the moment set by New Zealand at the same stage. They've got 2 laps to the velodrome to come as they pass the 3,500 metre mark. And this team that remains of Williams, Dygert and Faulkner continue to dart around the track for Team USA, coming up towards their bell lap. They take the last bend. Turn 3 into turn 4. You can hear the bell go as they cross the start line. They got 1 lap to try and fly home as quick as they can and get a qualifying time. The Aussies are sweating on it as well, if it will bump them down to 4th position. They take the last bend. Here come the United States, 3 across the track as they hit the line. It's a good time. It's 2nd overall. So 0.559. New Zealand still have the best qualifying time. Australia bumped down to 4th, and that is a precarious position to be in for the Aussies, with Team GB coming up next, the 2-time gold medalists, and the defending champs and the world record holders, Germany, last. So if you're an Australian right now and you're listening to this, hoping our women's team pursuit team can compete for our first medal in the event, I dare say, Brad McGee, we're getting a little nervous.
It's going to be really tight from here. We expect Team GB to come out really strong. I think the Germans will still go number 1. So right now we're still in as 4th qualifier as the event unfolds. But with those 2 strong teams to come, it's going to be tight from here.
There will be at least another ride for our team. So even if you're not one of the 4 fastest and you're into those virtual semi-finals, 6th will still race off against 7th and 5th against 8th. So that's in the next round, and then following that on what will be the following day, the last round for the team pursuit, we will have a showdown for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th. So they'll race off for the minor placings, even if they're not in the top 4. The bottom 2 times, though, so only 8 actually move through to race for positioning. If you finish 9th or 10th, that's it. You get 1 ride and you're done.
Just noticing the images here. Chloe Dygert, as we know, she crashed in the women's road race and just needing a bit of assistance there to get off her race bike to jump on the road bike, which will be her warm-down bike. So the Americans obviously knew that was the case. They were there ready to go. So clearly carrying some injury into this team pursuit. Yeah.
We're getting further pictures now as more support is being given.
Quite extraordinary that she looked very good on the bike, but struggling to walk off it. Such is the nature of these tough bike riders.
Have you ever had something like that?
Certainly, yeah. You know, it's a sign of form when you feel better on the bike than anywhere else.
Amazing.
But clearly, Chloe there is suffering from that crash. And she has ongoing injuries from some big crashes a few years ago.
Yeah.
But, it's not bothering her out on the boards. Team GB stepping up now. What can they do? They'll know these times. They'll be very clear what schedule they need to post here. Can they hold it all together and set up a big second round?
Somewhat of a redemption tour for Team GB as well. They won the first 2 gold medals in the women's team pursuit, but were beaten by Germany, who also set a world record in the process in Tokyo. So 2 golds, 1 silver for the GB team in the couple of years of their event, that this event's been in the women's program at the Olympic Games. Any time from here that's faster than the Australians will see them knocked out of medal contention. Away we go. The British team of Eleanor.
False start. Didn't pick it. Be curious to know who jumped the gun. But definitely the red flag up, the gun fired. And they'll have to come around for a restart. Still can't pick it in the replay.
Wow.
Yeah. It may have been the start gate itself, they call them. May have been a problem. Sometimes there's a different or a bit of a fault in the release.
It's incredible. You're talking about Chloe Dygert, just looking up her profile here. She actually had heart surgery in Colorado Springs in the United States back in 2022 for a irregular heartbeat that she had at that particular stage as well. But as is the case with all these cyclists, you look through sort of the injury list and it involves, you know, broken collarbones, a knee surgery, a heavy concussion after a fall in the Tour of California back in 2018, torn labrum in her hip and bulging disc in her back. Just incredible the amount of injuries that you guys have in your across your cycling careers. What were some of your worst ones, Brad?
Oh, certainly the collarbones, still full of metal in both sides, and that's just welcome to cycling, really. First time you break your collarbone. If it's not your collarbone, often it's your wrist. Just depends on your preferred style of crashing. But certainly, just general, skin abrasion things is part of the game. We see it in the images of the Tour de France every year. There's a lot of crashing. It is a sport that, when you pin a number on, you know there is a certain risk. But you do everything you can, of course, to negate those risks, but just accept it, that it's part of the game.
Arissa True has claimed gold in the women's skateboard, so phenomenal at 14 years of age. And appropriately, she delivers Australia's 14th gold of the game so far. The Aussies in third position on the medal tally. So 14 gold, 12 silver, 8 bronze. More from Declan Byrne coming up. But Arissa True has claimed gold in the women's skateboard. 14 years of age, Australia within 3 of equaling their best ever effort at an Olympics with 17 gold, so 14 at the moment. And they're third on the medal tally, which they've done only once previously at an Olympic Games, which was way back in '56 in Melbourne. So still, what do we got? Still the better part of 5 or 6 days remaining.
Second time lucky here for Team GB.
Day 11 of 16 of the games, and we're watching Team GB. As I touched on moments ago, any time that is better than the Australians from here, their time of 4:08.612, will see them out of medal contention. And the second look at Team GB. So Eleanor Barker, my apologies, Josie Knight, Anna Morris and Jessica Roberts are the 4. If you are a cycling fan and you pay close attention, you'll be thinking, where is Katie Archibald? Well, she had speaking about catastrophic injuries, had a devastating crash just 6 weeks ago before the Olympic Games started. 2 bones in her leg broken and torn ligaments off the bone. So a huge out, one of the best Omnium riders in the world, and also an integral part of this team to shoot out there.
Certainly, she would have been the captain of the team, leading by example. And this could be at the detriment for this younger Team GB. But they're in good hands. We've just seen images of their coach, another Australian, Cam Meyer, quite new to the game, and already delivering at a very high level. So early indication here as they go through the opening kilometre, they are in control, a little bit off the pace. It's going to be close.
We got Aussie cyclists all around the world leading various teams.
Certainly do. We see that in the professional teams. Most would harbour an Australian or two for various reasons, but it's obviously a good sign that the Australians are well received at the top end of the international game of cycling.
The way this works, there's 4 riders out on track. They have to complete 16 laps. At some stage they will what we call burn a rider. So one of the riders in the line of 4 will drop off. Great synchronicity. There's 4 of them all in a row. Wearing the same outfit with different number bibs, and they are racing against the clock in the first stage of qualifying.
Coach Cam Meyer there right on the start line, but he's got the iPad and it was all green. I think all green 0.1, so that would indicate they are up on their schedule.
The next round, so once we get to the second phase of the women's team pursuit, there will be 2 teams out on the track at the same time. So they'll start on opposite sides of the velodrome, and they'll not only race against another team, they will race against the clock as well. So at this stage, They're out there by themselves at the moment, Team GB, hunting a time to put them into contention for a medal.
What really stands out for me here, Colvin, is they're clearly up on their schedule. It's all green, but they are also 1.4 seconds off the pace of New Zealanders. This could be their strategy, just to go into the top 4 without going all in. I think it's a risk, and they've just lost the rider.
So they still have really the better part of 6 laps to go while they're one rider down. So got to complete 16 laps. I'm going to get a progress check here.
It's going out. 1.7. They're in trouble.
5 laps to go. Problems here for Team GB. And that is a loose change as well as the lead rider peels off and goes back to 3rd in the queue, down to 3 riders. The time that they need to get past, firstly, is the Australian time of 4:08.612. We'll keep you updated with how GB goes and what it means for Australia in the women's team pursuit. But the Aussies have their 14th gold medal of the Paris Games through Arissa True. Let's take you back to the skateboarding and Declan Byrne.
Indeed we do here at the Place de la Concorde. Our 14th gold medal from a 14-year-old by the name of Arissa True. The 3 medalists walk out onto the stage where they just performed some incredible tricks and runs. None more amazing than Arissa True's 3rd run. She needed something big, and I'm just looking back at her 2 scores before that. If she had to rely on her 2nd score, it would have been heartbreaking 4th place. But with everything on the line, a 93.18. She sat and watched 6 more skaters go round, and nobody topped 14 years and 86 days. Wow. 7th youngest ever to compete for Australia at the Olympics, Arissa True. And as I said, the youngest to ever medal, beating the mark set in 1956 by Sandra Morgan Beavis, who was 14 years and 6 months, so some 3 months older than Arissa True, at Melbourne 1956, around the time skateboarding was invented. Flash forward to 2024. Arissa True has her day in history. Sky Brown, the Brit who 3 years ago collected a bronze medal, age 13, collects another bronze medal. It's 2 in a row for the GB athlete, Sky Brown. So Sky Brown, 16 years of age. The silver medalist, Kokona Hiraki, is about to jump up onto her platform. She's 15. Arissa True, 14. 14, 15 and 16. The new school has arrived here at the Place de la Concorde. Kokona Hiraki, the silver medalist in Tokyo, silver medalist here in Paris. The moment has arrived, though, for Arissa True, a trailblazer in women's skateboarding. She came to Paris with a medal in mind. She leaves with gold. A life-changing day for Arissa True.
Médaille d'or et championne olympique, gold medalist and Olympic champion, Arissa True.
You cannot wipe the smile off her face. The gold medal draped around her neck. Arissa True, our youngest ever medalist. And no one has left the Place de la Concorde. She high-fives the silver and the bronze medalist. And that is a perfect encapsulation of this sport. The best teenagers in the world here on the biggest stage. And Arissa True, top of the pops.
For the anthem of
Gold for the 14-year-old. A historic day for Arissa True. Down on this skate park in Paris. Arissa True with a gold medal round her neck. And a standing ovation for a game changer in women's skating. Gold for Arissa True in Paris 2024. All three skaters, Sky Brown, Kokona Hiraki and Arissa True, jump onto that gold medal dais, and they are all just ecstatic. Cannot wipe the smile off Arissa True's face. Why wouldn't you? 14, world at her feet. And the music rings back out. The soundtrack here at the Place de la Concorde. It's been the feature. It's a party here in Paris. They take their selfie. What a day. And when most 14-year-olds right now, back where Arissa True's from, on the Gold Coast, would be asleep dreading school tomorrow, Arissa is in Paris with a gold medal round her neck. Moments after winning the gold medal, Arissa True spoke to Channel 9. Let's hear that reaction right now.
Congratulations, Arissa True. You are an Olympic gold medalist. Has this moment just sunk in?
I mean, it's really crazy. I'm just so excited. It's like just so many emotions at once.
So the real question is, you fell in your first round. How did you reset your mind to dial that third run?
Well, so I fell on my first run and I was like, oh, it's like just annoying when you fall on your first run because you always want like the first safety run. But my coach was like, Trev, he was just like, you just got to go all out. And I was like, yep, I just like, who cares? I just like all or nothing.
That risk reward paid off out there for the whole Australian high performance skate program. Your coach, who would you like to thank? There's a massive team.
I like to thank like everyone. It's just really cool, and like for everyone to supporting me.
And so looking forward ahead to 2028, you're a vert expert. Is there potential that you're going to be in the Olympics at vert as well?
If vert's in the Olympics, I definitely want to do that because vert's my favorite thing to skate.
Congratulations, you are an Olympic gold medalist.
You can hear her getting the love from her skateboarding fans and friends behind her. They have this beautiful community in skating. They've chatted about it a few times. Is that this isn't a rivalry. This isn't wanting to beat someone you dislike. This is cheering on your friends. And at the moment, the skating world is all cheering on Arissa True, who just said there she knew she had to perform. She knew she had an all-or-nothing ride. Well, it is all for Arissa True. A gold medal she gets to take home to Australia, and a record that you just can't see being broken anytime soon, beating the standing record in 1956 of Sandra Morgan-Beavis as Australia's youngest medalist. Well, now it is Arissa True. And Channel 9 also got to speak to her parents just after the victory, so let's check in with them.
Oh my gosh, so I'm here with Arissa's mum and dad. How do you feel? Your daughter is a gold medalist.
I know.
She's 14 years old.
We can't believe it. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's just, yeah, don't know what to say, really.
I don't know what to say either. You know, we've been...
Yeah, it's just somebody who loves skateboarding and having fun, and her coach pulled her through, Trev, you know. He did the most amazing job, you know, like, he got her over the line. Crazy. Like, Yeah.
In your wildest dreams, did you think you would be watching your 14-year-old daughter in Paris win a gold medal in front of Tony Hawk and thousands of millions of people all around the world?
No, I never ever think about that.
Not at all. No, crazy. Not at all. Not at all. Just like completely amazed and blown away. Yeah.
Where did she get that kind of courage and guts from?
Me? No.
Yes, well dad.
No, it's just, just going out and having fun and enjoying the sport and, just being active and having a good time. That's all we've ever encouraged her to do. Have friends and enjoy skating, surfing, everything. Yeah.
How fast was your heart beating after that second run? Just seeing her go... Just go for it.
Yeah, just go for it.
What did you think?
I would just believe what she loves to do.
Yeah.
She will do. That's only I hope.
Yeah, just happy she landed a run.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all we were happy. She did what she set out to do, and it was just her day. But God, amazing. Amazing.
It's so amazing. We've been watching all of these incredible Australian women win these gold medals. Jess and Noemi Fox, the swimming girls, Ariane Titmus and Molly O'Callaghan, the cycling girls, Saya and Grace. And now your daughter is 14 years old and she's got her name there with them.
Yep, no, absolutely amazing. She's blown away. Yeah. I think she's more interested in just collecting the pins.
She said she collected 63 pins.
She'll get a gold medal in that too. All right, let's go down and see if we can find her. Back to you guys.
A crazy day in Australian Olympic history. If you've just tuned in, our 14th gold medal has been won by a 14-year-old. 14 and 14. It's got a good ring to it. Arissa True breaks a record for the youngest ever Australian to win a medal. Still grinning. You just, why wouldn't you? What a day for Arissa True. Let me read you out some of her CV, some of her resume. Not that she'd even probably know what a CV or resume is. She's the first ever female to land a 720 in competition. So Tony Hawk first did that in 1985. He was there watching and commentating it. She then landed a 900, first female to do it. She won the Laureus Sports Award, a worldwide award for Action Sports Person of the Year. Again, age 14. And she arrives in Paris, ranked second in the world, and she wins a gold medal. I think that goes straight to the top of the CV. She had some inspiration, I'm sure, because a few years ago, a 17-year-old called Keegan Palmer did the exact same thing when skating debuted in Tokyo. He came out of nowhere, a guy who has spent his life in Australia. He's got American parents, but he's representing Australia. He won gold in the park event, this exact event in Tokyo, and he's going to be back tomorrow. And who knows, maybe we can have a double gold in the park event. So tomorrow, the men will take to the Place de la Concorde, and potentially for Keegan Palmer, for Kieran Woolley and for Kiefer Wilson, the three Aussies, they'll take inspiration from this momentous day for Arissa True, for Australian skating, for men and women, doesn't matter. It's been a history-breaking day here at the Place de la Concorde. Arissa True, age 14, winning gold. What a feeling. Corbin Middlemass, let's head back to the velodrome.
Great job, Declan. What a day for Australia. A 14th gold medal, Arissa True, at 14 years of age, the youngest to ever win a medal, let alone a gold one. And as Declan so beautifully outlined, she's the 7th youngest to compete for Australia at an Olympic Games. The medal tally up to 14, 12 and 8. 34 total medals, 14 gold, 12 silver and 8 bronze. The news here from the velodrome when we left you for that medal presentation, Australia were in a qualifying position. Unfortunately, both Germany and the United States went at and Great Britain, went at a faster time, and as a result, GB have bumped ahead of Australia, as has Germany, and the Aussies go down to 6th in the qualifying position. So they move on to the next round. The problem is you needed to be in the top 4 if you wanted to be in contention to race for a medal. And the fact that the Aussies are 6th, it means that they cannot win a medal in the women's team pursuit at the Paris Games in 2024, which means their drought continues in this event. Brad McGee.
It certainly does. It is unfortunate, although the positives are it's the fastest we've seen the Australians ride here at the Olympic arena. And they were 1 second off that 4th place, which could have put them into the medal contention rounds. So mixed emotions there. The big standout for me, beyond the Australians, is the Germans have also missed qualifying in that top 4 spot. They're the reigning champions, the world record holders, and the scenes as they exited the velodrome and took up their cool-down bikes, it was just disbelief. But equally, the New Zealanders. No one would have picked Team New Zealand, the Kiwis, to come out as top qualifiers, but well done to the New Zealand team.
So the top 6 in qualifying, New Zealand, USA, Great Britain, Italy. So the medals will come from those 4, and then Germany and Australia. So, as you said, that Australian time is a national record. So 4:08.612 is the time set by the Australians. So well done to them in the women's team pursuit. It's not fast enough, though, to be in medal contention. And Germany, as you said, just stunning. So world record setters in Tokyo en route to the gold medal. And they didn't qualify in the top 4, which means they won't be able to defend that medal here. There are sort of lower placing sort of match races coming up, so the Aussies and the Germans will get the chance to duke it out to see who finishes 5th and 6th and so on and so forth. But really what will happen here is some virtual semi-finals. So New Zealand will have a match race with Italy, and the United States will have a showdown with GB, and the winners of that next round match-up between New Zealand and Italy and the United States v Great Britain will then go through and race for gold. The 2 losers will find themselves racing for bronze. So our medals will come from out of New Zealand, the USA, GB or Italy in the women's team pursuit. Still to come for the men. We have the men's team sprint action. We also have the men's team pursuit first round, which the Aussie men are in that position. They're in those pseudo semi-finals. They'll actually take on the Italians there. So if Australia can beat Italy later today, they will race for gold in the men's team pursuit tomorrow and be guaranteed at worst a silver medal. Meanwhile, our sprinters, they're going to be in action next. They've got their first round tussle. And the way this works, the 8 fastest qualifiers make it through to the next round, and they are seeded based on the times that they laid down in qualifying yesterday. So in heat number 1, Japan and France. In heat number 2, Australia v China. Then it's GB and Germany, and the Netherlands and Canada comes in following that. So we will see 2 teams on the same track at the same time. In the men's team sprint, there are 3 riders. They all have to complete 1 lap each in front. So 3 riders will start, then down to 2, then down to 1. And the last rider will try and bring it home, and the Australian team in that includes Lee Hoffman, Matthew Richardson and Matt Glater. Glater, really the feel-good story in this Australian track cycling team overall is at his 4th Olympic Games. He's finished 4th on 3 occasions previously. Cancer survivor, and has the opportunity to try and win a medal for the first time in his 4th Olympic Games. So best wishes to Matt Glater. What chance do you give the Aussie sprint team of walking away with a medal from the campaign here in Paris?
Well, first round, we've got to take on the Chinese team. I don't think they'll have much problem taking the win against China, but the attention will be on the clock. As we know, they need to go through this next round as either 1 or 2 to go into the gold medal. And that means we need to find a few points of a second, in particular to take on Team GB. The Netherlands are slightly in front. I don't think we'll challenge them time-wise in this next round, but the focus will be against Team GB. So Australians will be up first. Unlike the team pursuit, where the schedule can change and the strategy can be adapted, in this 3-lap race there really is no time for a schedule of strategy on time. You just go all out. Interestingly, the Aussies started really well in the qualifying. In particular, that first lap led by Hoffman was the fastest out of all the teams, in particular even faster than Team Netherlands by a good 0.1.5 seconds. So 16.8 for the opening lap from Lee Hoffman. Was the only rider that actually went under that 17-second mark. So that's a really good indicator that the Aussies go out hard. They were backed up by Richardson with a 12 flat for his second lap. also right up there. Only Team Netherlands went faster. And then we just got a little bit of work to do in that back end. The time's on Glazer, but it's a team effort. And I think the Aussies would have really looked at their strategy as far as how they take those changes, how the lead rider slingshots in the following riders to get that connection, to get that changeover absolutely pinned on the line. That'll set up that third lap. So that's where we need to improve in the third lap with Glazer. And it's going to be up to, once again, Hoffman getting out fast. You don't slow down. Richardson will be a little bit closer on the wheel, and I'm sure Glazer also will push harder in that opening quarter to make sure he's really hard on Richardson's wheel, and that'll set him up to maybe pick up those 0.1, 0.2, maybe 0.3 of a second in their overall ride. And that'll be enough, I believe, to put him into that top two. At the same time, what can the other teams do? I think Team GB were pretty consistent across their 3 laps. The Netherlands were pretty consistent. Maybe they'll be looking to improve their first lap. The French also a little bit off the pace in that first lap, but they were pretty consistent in their remaining laps. So we haven't recognised any changes to the lineups, so we expect all these teams to come in with their teams. Or what have we got there, Corbin?
Just the one change. So that is the German team. So Nick Schroeder is going to come in to lead their lineup, which means Lucas Spiegel bumps down one. The man that drops out of this team from yesterday is Stefan Batisha, so he goes completely. And Maximilian Dernbach is going to be the third rider through. So Schroeder comes in, Spiegel goes down one, and Batisha drops out completely. Dernbach will still bring it home for Germany. But you're right, that's the only change in the list of 8 that we've seen so far for the men's team sprint. How much does that change in a sprint race when, say, a position changes? So you look at someone like Lucas Spiegel, who I mentioned there, who was the lead rider yesterday. He now finds himself as rider number 2. Is it a big deal or no big deal?
It can be a big deal. Certain riders are really conditioned for that first lap in particular. There's a lot of specialist work done in the start gates. It's a very different start action out of the gate itself, or being position 2 and 3 where you're handheld. So moving those positions around can be problematic, but obviously the Germans, they looked at the times, their first lap 17.2, a little bit off the pace, and they feel that's where they're going to make the difference. So they've changed. And what's interesting here, Corbin, is they've actually had the capacity to change, noting that the Aussies, they don't. They've come in here with 3 riders and 3 riders only for this event. And that goes back to the question around total team quota. We know it's about team size, and it really comes down to a big jigsaw puzzle that the performance directors need to put together. Where are they going to put their priority athletes? Where are they going to line up reserve athletes that can support, the multi-round process? So Germany obviously came in here with that option. Australia don't have it, and as well as a number of the teams have also chosen the same approach as the Aussies.
So just to clarify that more, so under the rankings and the way that the quota system works, you're only allowed to actually enter a certain amount of
total amount of athletes.
Yes, so exactly. I think it's 13 in the track team across the board for the Australians. So you got to use your spots wisely.
And we've seen different scenarios. So at the Rio Olympics, I was leading the national men's road team, and because of this quota system and where you need to put your focus area, I actually met a young mountain bike rider on the way to Rio, and he was a member of our men's road race team. It wasn't because of the mountain bike; it was actually an extra rider in the track quota. So most teams will do this. Sometimes you see big, burly track sprinters lining up in the men's road race, and they pull off after a few hundred metres and get an early shower. But such is the nature of the Olympic level. You don't have the luxury like you do at World Championship level, where you can take more riders. Olympic level, these things come into a big part of the plans.
So we're just about ready to go for the men's team sprint. 3 members of each team, each must lead for 1 lap, and peel away. And from that point down, obviously we'll be down to 2, and then ultimately down to 1. The last rider in the sprint will take on the final lap by themselves. There are 2 sets of 3 on either side of the velodrome, so both on the starting line. So I'll head anti-clockwise around the velodrome as is customary. What we're looking at here is France and Japan. You can hear the roars. These were the 4th and 5th fastest yesterday in qualifying, so on paper, this should be the most evenly matched out of the 4 heats in the first round of the men's team sprint. Got to win, and it'd be nice to be quick doing it if you want to race for a medal. Away we go. Nagasaki.
No, false start.
Oh, another false start. Did you spot that one?
I didn't. The camera was actually moving back to that wide angle at the same time that the flag went up and we heard the gunshot. So
Ned Hall is across everything that's happening in the water polo. Ned.
Corbin just getting underway. They're actually going for the starting sprint, which Australia have won. They'll get first use of the ball here. It's their quarter-final against Greece. Greece have had a poor tournament so far. They only got through to the this stage of the competition by beating France in their final match in the group stage by 11 goals to 4. They lost their previous 3 matches, but they came 4th in the World Cup event in Doha earlier on this year. Australia with the ball on the left wing position at the moment. Spreading play out to the right with Aaron Cheney, then down to Halligan on the right wing, looking for some space in this centre position, and a shot out of the back of the hand was well stopped in the end by the Greek goalkeeper Stamatopoulou. And so Greece have use of the ball. It's thrown out to the right wing now. The Greek side looking to attack, thrown cross field from right to left, forcing them away from goal though. Sienna Green marshalling Eleftheriadou, and it goes back into Chiriatu. Back of the box, and a chance for a shot has been blocked by the Australian defenders. They've stolen the ball back. That was a great piece of defensive work. Tilly Kearns back there with a big hand to stop it going past the shot from distance from Plevritou. And Australia on the attack in the first period of this quarter-final. Ball with the Aussies on the right. Goes back across goal. Sienna Green, then across to Halligan. Halligan out to the right wing position to Abby Andrews. Abby Andrews, turnover foul from her. So the Greeks get the ball back. 90 seconds into this match, Australia taking on Greece in this quarter-final. And it is scoreless here. So let's head back over to the track cycling, Corbin Middlemass.
Thanks, Ned. We're into the first round of the men's team sprint. Really, they're virtual semi-finals or quarter-finals from here. You need to win your match race, and you need to be one of the 2 quickest winners. So there'll be 4 winners after that. These 4 match races are complete. And it's not just enough to win, be one of the 4. You want to be one of the 2 quickest. So not only are you racing against the team on the other side of the track, you're also racing against the clock, Brad McGee.
And certainly that was a contributing factor to why the French broke their false start. They know they need to be quicker out of the blocks. They're a little bit down on the Japanese between the first and second lap. They brought it home, but it's not going to be enough. So they want to get out really quick here, the French. They've lined up again.
4th and 5th fastest in qualifying yesterday. They're also ranked 4 and 5 in the world. So Nagasako, Ota and Obara for Japan in that order. And Grangbu, Vija and Halal for France.
Again. Ooh, now this gets interesting.
Okay. So we've had 2 breaks here. 2 false starts as they reset, trying to get these men's team sprint, what they're classing as a first round event underway. They are virtual semis or quarters. Looking for 4 winners to compete for the medals. They will be the 4
That's the French
winners.
again. What happens here, Corbin? I must admit, I don't know. Rarely do you see 2 breaks. Surely there's some sort of penalty now.
It was Vija on both occasions. Sebastian Vija.
Second wheel. Yeah.
Can't believe it as he looks over to his inside, scratches his face. The reaction.
What happens from here? Well, it looks like they're lining up again. No movement from the race official with the start gate for now. That's it. No. Hard to read.
Yeah. We'll get further guidance here as the French lads go and take a seat at the moment on the top of the stairs. There's often a moving piece on this front, as you said, from Olympic to Olympic, but also from Olympic competition to World Championships. There is a sense of confusion around as that both the French and the Japanese riders, they've certainly still got their gear on for now as they await further instruction as to what happens next. But Sebastian Vija, imagine how he would be feeling at the moment as he's Just been propped up at the moment by one of the officials, got his arm around him. Looks as if he's been consoled somewhat. He's broken twice. The 2 attempts they've had so far to start this men's team sprint first round. What would the Australians be doing, do you think, at this particular stage? They're in the next heat.
Yeah, we can already see the Aussies. They've taken their seat in the final marshalling area. So warm-ups, final discussions are done. But this little delay, it could derail the uninitiated. But I'm sure with the likes of Matt Glazer, Richardson himself, Hoffman's, they've been in and out of World Championships. I'm sure they've been through scenarios either the same or quite similar to this. And they'll remain composed there in that final marshalling area. Shots of the Japanese now taking their position. Another Australian coach, Jason Niblett there, leading the Japanese team. The Aussies are everywhere.
We're going to line them up again. So we're going to get underway once more after 2 false starts, both by the French second wheel and Sebastian Viger. Renbo, Viger and Halal are the 3 riders for the French. The only nation to medal at all 6 Olympic Games in this event. Clean that time. And away we go. In the first of these showdowns, men's first round, Japan and France as the first rider puts a little bit of a gap in between him and the second wheel. There's a significant gap between wheels 1 and 2 for Japan. And the first rider races his way through Nagasako and he peels off. Solid start by the Japanese, but they're behind the French.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was to the plan for the Japanese. You see the second wheel ran really fast for the changeover, but now we come in to the final lap. Who's got the legs?
To bring it home, it'll be Obara for Japan, and for the French it is Halal as they come towards the final bend. They pass turn 3 and turn 4, the French. They hit the finishing line and they get there. It's France who get it. The home nation go through, so after going slower than the Japanese in the qualifying, they flip that result. So they make it through in a time of 42.376. So France, one of the winners from the first heat. They'll be moving on to compete for a medal in the men's team sprint.
Slightly slower there from the French from their qualifying round. I think that was just the tell from those 2 false starts, surely. It just disrupted their delivery, but they get the win. Interesting tactics there from the Japanese. They laid off a long way that second wheel. Ran at it. I thought it was good. The strategy worked, but they just didn't have enough to bring it home in that final 3rd lap.
Time is important here, so it's not just the 4 winners, it's also the 2 fastest qualifiers that will compete for gold. So France are through, 42.376. The Aussies coming up next against China. Australia involved in a quarterfinal in the pool in the water polo. The Aussie Stingers to Ned Hall. Ned.
Corby, it's another tight battle, but they've just taken the lead. A penalty stroke scored by their top scorer in this competition, Alice Williams, but they're a player down now for the next 10 seconds. Charlize Andrews just sent to the exclusion area, and a shot crashes off the Australian crossbar and bounces away. Australia's success, as it has been in the men's, has been built on defence at this tournament, and Gabby Palmer's already made a string of top-quality saves here, and that's why Australia have the lead. They've not been big scorers through this tournament, but they've been doing enough to get through. They lead here at the moment by a goal to 0, and they've got a chance to go 2 up, and that's a miss from close range by the Aussies. Good stop by the Greek goalkeeper Ioannis Stamatopoulou. However, that should have been a second goal for the Aussies. Djakovic blocked from close range. However, closing in on the end of the first period, it's Australia 1, Greece 0. Corby.
Thanks, Ned. The Aussies are in position, ready to go for the team sprint up against China. The Aussies the 3rd fastest in qualifying, China 6th. The Chinese team, Gua Shei, they've also got Zhu Yu and Lao Chi. Meanwhile, the Aussies have Lee Hoffman, Matthew Richardson, the number 3 ranked sprinter in the world, and Matt Glazer, cancer survivor in his 4th Olympic Games. This has been an elusive medal for him and for Australian cycling. Finishing 4th at the last 5 Olympic Games. So they've made it through to race for bronze, but haven't been able to convert them. It's a must-win. And away we go as Hoffman pushes off to start the course for the Aussies and goes motoring away in the lead ahead of Richardson, and then it'll be Glaitzer to bring it home.
We look good, definitely closer than the qualifying round. I'd like to see Glaitzer up harder on Richardson. Let's get there.
Hoffman and Gow will peel out as they hit the line. It is Australia who are ahead of China after the first riders depart, and Richardson takes over. There's a big gap between wheels 1 and 2 now for Australia.
Come on, Matt.
Has put a gap on Glaitzer, as Glaitzer's going to have to play catch up a little bit here. So Australia in front in the race. Can Glaitzer bring it home? He approaches the final bend. He rounds corners 3 and 4. Glaitzer approaching the line. Glaitzer will get there. The Aussies win. They do so in a time of 42.336. It is quicker than the French. So it's the quickest time that they've been able to post so far of the winners. So at the moment, that puts them firstly into medal contention. They will race for either gold or for bronze. They need to be quicker than one of the other 2 winners to guarantee them a medal and go through to the gold medal race. So Australia will compete for either bronze or gold. What we wait for now are the winning times of the remaining 2 heats. What did you make of that performance, Brad McGee?
Once again, Hoffman out really hard. Fantastic start. And Richardson hard up on the wheel. We just looked at Glaitzer. Didn't look like he was that comfortable on the wheel of Richardson. Laid off a little bit, maybe too much, and copped a little bit of wind there. We wanted to see him ride up hard on Richardson so that we don't give away too much time, and he starts that 3rd lap in good position. We've dropped back on our qualifying time. I would have liked to see us under 42 seconds, and we've gone back out to 42.336. I think we needed to be sub 42 to guarantee to go through to the gold medal round, but it's up to Great Britain and Netherlands to see what they've got tonight.
This event, the men's team sprint, was first contested at the Sydney Games. It's been in the World Championship since '95. So 7th consecutive Olympics that this event has featured. So touched on beforehand, Australia winning a bronze medal in 2000. It's their only medal in the event. And they've actually come 4th in the last 5 Olympic Games. They are guaranteed to be racing for either bronze, guaranteed to be racing for at least bronze. The hope is that they can be guaranteed a medal and will be racing for gold. We're still to learn that. We've got 2 more heats to come. So out of this round, we are going to have 4 winners. 2 will race for gold, 2 will race for bronze. It all comes down to your time. So not only are you racing against the team on the other side of the track, you're also racing the clock. Time for GB and Germany's turn.
Pumping himself up. Team GB in the start gates. He knows it's all about the start.
Hedlow got away well. He's leading Team GB. 3-time gold medalist in this event, Hamish Turnbull and Jack Carlin, who was super impressive yesterday. That's the GB team for Germany. It is Spielberg out there as well with Dernbach, and they've made a change, so Schroeder is leading them off. They come through, and it is GB just after the first riders peel away.
GB are only slightly faster there than they were in the qualification. It's going to be very close.
Under the second rider, this is Spielberg, who led the way yesterday for Germany. We're down to the last rider. It is GB who lead by 0.118. Jack Carlin to bring it home along with Maximilian Dernbach. They approach the final bend now. GB with a narrow advantage. They hit the line. GB get it. Carlin comes home in sensational fashion. And Jack Carlin leads Great Britain to the best time so far. And Australia will sweat on the last heat. It is GB 41.819 seconds. So GB are short a medal. We know that for sure. Great Britain will be on the podium. Jack Carlin has a big, broad smile on his face. And GB, they will be racing for gold, and they will get at least silver as a result out of this event, while for Australia, they will sit back and watch the Netherlands and Canada heat next. If it is quicker than their time, the Aussies will race France for bronze. If it is slower than their time, they will be assured at least silver, and we'll have a showdown with GB for all the marbles.
Yeah, clinical display of team sprinting there from Team GB. Almost identical to their qualifying, marginally faster. They went out, they clearly are in complete sync with each other. Their changeovers were near perfect. and they've got the time. They've reproduced that time from this morning with a little bit of sauce on it, and that's going to prime them ready to go into that gold medal round. All eyes on the Dutch now in particular. What can they come up with? Can Australia still go through to the gold medal round? It will be up to the Dutch, reigning Olympic champions, to reproduce that form we've seen over so many cycles. Right now, the Aussies will be nervous.
First two teams that made it through, France and Australia, despite winning their heats, they were both slower than they were yesterday.
They were.
Is that unusual?
Well, I believe from the French, those two false starts, that could be the reason there. The Aussies, again, I feel it was that position between Richardson in 2 and Glaitzer in 3. They just weren't close enough, and that really hurt Glaitzer in that final lap, and we've seen it drop away by about 0.2 of a second. So that really hurt us.
The Dutch are defending gold medalists here, so they've got the same 3. They've also won 5 of the last 6 World Championships. And are the world record holders set in Tokyo. Away we go, the team of Roy Vandenberg, Harry Lavrayson and Jeffrey Hoogland. Meanwhile for Canada, it is Tyler Rourke leads off ahead of Nick Wamis and James Hedgecock are the 3 for the Canadians.
Look at the small gear the Dutch rider's gone out with in position 1. A little bit of a crossover there. They've got it. The Dutch are on. That's a quick start, 17.2. Second wheel ramping up now. Look at the speed.
And these are their 2 big hitters. So the number 2 ranked sprint rider in the world, Harry Lavrayson, rounds the last bend, hits the line, he peels off, and we're just getting sight now of the Canadians, so they're well ahead in this heat. The Netherlands will be going through, and they're doing it in quick time. Jeffrey Hoogland to bring it home. He comes roaring around the final bend. They'll do it in superb fashion. 41.191. A world record for the Dutch. They surpassed their own previous mark, and the Aussies will race for bronze as a result. Oh, that was powerful from the Netherlands. In world record time, 41.191. What a statement. They'll have a showdown with GB for gold. The Aussies find themselves in that precarious position. The last 5 Olympic Games, they've been 4th in the men's team sprint. And they will have a showdown with France for the bronze medal. And a loss would mean 4th again.
And look at the time difference between the French and the Australians after this second round. 0.04 splits the French team to the Aussies, slightly to the advantage of the Aussies, but that's next to nothing. There will be a lot of nerves in both the French and the Australian camps right now. A huge focus on recovery, in particular their 3rd man, because it's all about who can reproduce, will get that bronze medal. The Dutch themselves, like you said, Corbin, a statement. World record in second round. The start was okay, but it was clearly the work of 2nd and 3rd, who will be in the individual sprint, the Kierans later in the week. There's statements not only here in the team sprint, but they're here for all those sprint medals on offer.
Lavrayson and Hoogland, they're top sprinters in the world. They have been since really 2017 onwards when they surged. They've won every world championship in that time between them, and to have both of them in their possession just shows how powerful the Dutch are in this event. Lavrayson, he was the king of the track, wasn't he, in Tokyo? What a performance there. 2 gold and a bronze medal. He won the individual sprint Olympic gold, and he rides 2nd in this team. So Roy Vandenberg leads them off, and then he's got the 2 powerful teammates to follow him in Lavrayson and Hoogland. And that is super impressive. In the women's team sprint yesterday, we saw the world record fall 5 times. It was broken by GB in all 3 of their runs en route to the gold medal. They post a world record time here, the Dutch breaking their own best time previously, which was set in Berlin in February of 2020, and their own Olympic record, which they set in Tokyo, and they've just completely blown that to smithereens. So 41.191, the Dutch, the fastest qualifier. They're through to race for gold up against Team GB. Meanwhile, the Aussies will find themselves in the men's team sprint bronze medal race up against the host nation, France, coming up later tonight. Men's team pursuit is up next. We'll follow the Aussies there. In the meantime, let's kick it out to the pool. The Stingers in their quarterfinal. Ned.
Thanks, Corbin, and the Stingers are 3-1 up. Very close to making it 4-1 up as the ball's thrown into the point position in towards Bronte Halligan, but well marshalled on that occasion by the Greek defenders. But it's been a strong start by the Stingers once again, although the Greeks trying to break downfield now. 3-1 Australia leads. Greece attacking down the right wing, looking to get a shot away. Good defending, and Gabby Palm again gets a fingertip to that one and turns it wide. She has been in outstanding form once again. She'll be in the running for being the keeper of the tournament. She's made a string of top quality saves for Australia. Australia took the lead through a penalty from Alice Williams, followed up by a goal from Abby Andrews, and a great lob from Bronte Halligan again when there didn't look like there was much on. She picked a spot and launched the ball high and long and past the Greek keeper. The Greece have just pulled one back. They've just pulled two back with a shot coming in from the left driver position. It bounces in off the bottom of the crossbar, makes it 3-2. Athena Giannopoulou is the goal scorer for Greece. So they've pulled two back. Australia having led by 3-0 in this quarter-final match at these Olympics. The chance to move through to the semi-finals, where they'd meet either Hungary or the USA, who play after this. Earlier on, the Netherlands beat Italy and Spain beat Canada. So that's one semi-final. Australia hoping to join that pair in the semi-finals and be with a chance of the medals. The Greek coach, incidentally, Alexia Kamanou, has been wound up by the officials so far. She's already been yellow carded for her protestations on the pool deck at La Défense. Australia have the ball again now, driving in towards goal with Halligan. Halligan faking for the shot, moves it out to the right wing. Can they get the shot away again? Australia just clips off the top of the bar, and celebrations from the Greek players. Abby Andrews with a left-handed shot wasn't touched by the keeper, so Greece get the ball back. It was actually pushed away by one of the defenders who got in there before the goalkeeper, and so Australia have some defending to do. Just under 3 minutes to go until half-time. They're 3-2 up. Greece shoot from distance, and it bounces in off the underside of the bar. They've levelled it up now, Greece. Elena Zanaki with that left-hand shot from the driver position. It took a deflection or two on the way through and then bounced down off the crossbar. And Gabby Palm with a rueful look back over her shoulder. It skimmed high off the... and then hits the underside of the crossbar and bounces in to the back of the Australian goal. That 3-goal lead has evaporated. There's some willing action taking place in front of the Greek goal, but it's the Australians who are penalised then. Daniela Jakovic is the player who's in there, tussling away for Australia. She's adjudged by the officials to have fouled, and the Greek side breaking quickly downfield now. They need to be closed down on that right wing. They've still got possession of the ball and going in and making the challenge for Australia. Sienna Green is back with the Greeks, back out to the right wing. It is a bouncing shot, and that has somehow bounced aside into the side netting. A lot of fans inside the stadium thought that was in. It was an improbable angle to have scored from there. Just to make sure for a second that they hadn't given that as a goal. As Australia get close in on goal now, battling away for the ball, trying to draw a turnover foul is Daniela Jakovic. Not able to do so. Eleftheriadou wins the ball back for the Greek side. They've stolen it back. And this quarter-final is on a knife edge again now. 1 minute 42. Greece trying to flick the ball goalwards out the back of the hand from Zanaki. That one just missed Gabby Palm in the Australian goal. It's worked on one occasion already for this Greek side, with their first goal back from Maria Rokafalatakis.